Payne, front, right here. What's up, man? Obviously, the last time we saw you, you were coming off your first professional loss. You got back in the win column. So I guess just how's life been and how's camp been preparing for someone that you actually do know fairly well outside of the fight game?
It's been fun. It's been good. I had a much longer camp than both of those two fights earlier this year. So that was good in the way that I got to prepare a lot, be around my people in my hometown a lot, my gym at Reno Academy, and just the people that have been with me since day one. So that was really important. And then just reconnecting with the people that really stuck in and poured into me after that time in January was really nice.
I was gonna ask how, I guess, eye-opening was that time from January to, the fight against Felipe and the people that you were mentioning?
I mean, not super eye-opening. I know how people are, and I've been guilty of that as well. Like before I lost, I didn't have as much empathy for that side of the sport, and now I do. But it just taught me to really prioritize things and give fighting its respect. Like it takes a lot of attention, and you have to come ready to compete every time.
It seems like every media day you kind of mention there's been a few, you won't name people specifically, but it was kind of people are saying no to fighting you quite often. And did you have the same, did that happen again where people like saying no to you and then they finally came to you with Henry for December and you said yes?
Yeah, I mean, why do you guys think this fight got booked? This went down the line and got a lot of no's, but Henry said yes. So.
Were you hoping to fight earlier, or was December the perfect time for you?
December's great, but I wanted to fight on the Madison Square Garden card. That was what I was really planning for with a couple different names, and it just didn't happen. Who knows why?
And in terms of Henry, obviously the story is, we spoke to him yesterday. He was very adamant. This is his last fight. It's it for him. So in terms of preparing for Henry, I guess how was camp? Because it kind of everyone knows what's coming, like wide karate stance, high-level wrestling. Mm-hmm. How was preparing for that style?
It was good, and it was also just really nice to know that it's his last fight and that he's going to come in there with everything that he has, and that's amazing for me. As if my opponent is doing better and looks better, then I'm going to rise to the occasion just as well. So.
Did you think it would be you? Because even after the fight against Song, he kind of alluded that the next one probably would be it, and people started a fantasy match make. Did it ever cross your mind that you could be the one to retire Henry?
No. I didn't think it was going to get made. It was funny because after that fight happened, I remember watching and just being like really bummed, like, damn, man, like Henry needs to go out on a win, and now I'm gonna have to stand in the way of that. So,
just last one for me, Henry. I saw an interview with you, and you were saying, you had went down and trained with Henry Abedi, gave you a lot of good advice. Henry said the same thing yesterday when we spoke to him. He said he saw a lot of potential in you even back then. He was giving you not just advice about fighting, but like career advice financially and everything. So I guess what do you remember most about that time just spending with Henry?
I think he really just left me with, you got to take care of yourself financially, and you really have to take care of your people, because fighting is just a selfish sport, and the people that are around you that are continuously pouring into you are the ones that are going to make the difference for your career long term. So if you take care of yourself and your people financially and just make sure they're comfortable and able to show up for you, then that makes all the difference.
6 shirt, by the way.
Shout out Shakira.
Peyton, up front. There was an interview yesterday, and Merab, he was asked about potentially guys that he would want to fight next, and he'd said that, like, man, I'm sick of, like, the guys that have already fought. I don't want to fight these guys anymore. So he said, possibly Song Yadong if he beats Sean O'Malley. He said Ayman Zahabi. And he didn't, I don't know if he forgot your name or what it was. He didn't specifically say Peyton Talbott, but he said the guy that's fighting Henry Cejudo, if he gets the win, then he could be in the conversation as well. I wanted your thoughts on that.
That's great. It's funny that he doesn't remember my name. But yeah, I mean, if I do my job and he does his job, I'm sure we'll meet in the near future. But that's nice. I didn't know that.
Just one over here. Just one outside the fight. Obviously, you grew up in Reno, and you even graduated from UNR. Just want to ask if you caught the UNR versus UNLV game a couple of days ago.
I didn't. No, I don't really keep up with football. But did we win or lose?
No, you guys lost.
Oh, well, good for you guys. We got our tailgates back though, so that's pretty huge for us. Nobody really cares about the games. We just care about the tailgates.
I heard, yeah. And also, I'm Colombian. Just curious what the inspiration behind wearing a Shakira tee today was.
I honestly forgot that I had to talk to you guys today, so I just threw on like a t-shirt. I thought I was just talking to the broadcast team. But yeah, I like Shakira, and then it's like a spin-off of that anime movie Akira, because it says Akira in her name. She's like on the bike. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah. Great movie.
Peyton, just one for you here. Obviously started the year with the loss to Barcelos, right, where you gave up the 8 takedowns. Does this feel like a very redemptive opportunity to close the year, Olympic gold medalist wrestler, and just showing how much that loss taught you and what you can do against a similar style if he's trying to grapple you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, they are, I don't see them as super similar opponents like I do. A lot of people are saying like it's the same matchup, but it's really not. But yeah, I do see it as a big opportunity for redemption.
What is the best piece of advice Henry gave you when you were training with him?
Just like I said, the financial thing, and then he just really wanted me to just push into my shtick, which, like, you know, you guys know him as like the cringy guy. He catches a lot of hate for it. Some people love him for it, but I think at the heart of it, Henry was just really like, man, who you are, like, you just have to push into, like, whoever it is, just show up as you and just, you know, wring that out like a wet rag. And, you know, I think that's important. Like, we should just all be ourselves.
Has anything Henry done ever cringed you out?
No, man, it's pretty hard to cringe me out, honestly. Like, he really pulled out all the stops, and I respect it because he fully commits to the bit. Like, he's totally down to bomb and just like really like sell it out. But yeah, no, he doesn't really cringe me out. I don't really know what the deal is with him and Moneyberg. Like, I'm just like, I just want to be like, Henry, bro, stay away from that guy. But no.
Do you wear socks on the mats or no?
Do I what?
Wear socks on the mats like Moneyberg, or is that not your thing?
No, well, no. The only time I'll do that, because Reno gets really cold, I'll do it in the morning if, you know, I'm training like earlier in the day or something. Or if I'm at like a spot that I don't normally go to and the mats are really cold, I'll warm up with my socks on. But as soon as we start getting into it, they're off. Yeah. Can't be very athletic with socks on. Thanks, guys.
Hello, hello.
Well, Manuel, right here, front right here. First of all, just say, you know, how's camp been? How's life been since your last performance? And, you know, getting this big opportunity on such a massive card to end the year out.
Primero de todo, ¿cómo te fue el campamento? ¿Cómo ha sido la vida
desde tu última pelea y con esa tremenda oportunidad, una cartelera increíble?
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes, buenos días. Increíble, la verdad, después de esta pelea, pues todo ha sido genial. Desde que estoy en UFC, en el Contender Series, mi vida ha sido genial, la verdad, gracias a UFC. Y mi campamento fue increíble. Fui y hice mi campamento en Ciudad de México. Me siento muy bien, me siento muy preparado y estoy listo para esta pelea del sábado.
Life has been incredible. After my last fight has been great, and all I have to do is thank the UFC for all this opportunity, for what I've gotten out of this has been great. And as far as my camp, I mean, amazing. We did it all in Mexico City. Very ready to go, very prepared for this fight.
What did you make of Grant Dawson as an opponent when his name came across your desk? Because, I've seen his interviews, and he said, everyone knows what I'm going to do. He's going to try to take you down, grapple you. He jokes he's just going to hump your leg for 15 minutes. He knows you're going to go there to try to knock him out in the first round, and he's not going to allow that to happen. So were you excited about this matchup against Grant Dawson?
¿Qué pensaste cuando te tocó de Grant Dawson con el nombre simplemente ahí emergió como siendo el nombre contra quien va a pelear? Porque básicamente él ha dicho en entrevistas, o sea, él sabe lo que voy a hacer, o sea, toda la gente sabe que se va a meter en tus piernas, que la lucha es algo muy importante de él, que te va a intentar derribos todo el tiempo, intentar tumbarte. Y él sabe lo que tú quieres también. O sea, todos saben que el knockout es lo que siempre estás buscando. O sea, ¿cómo se ve eso en el tema de que uno viene a lo que viene y tú vas a lo que vas?
Como dices, yo vengo a hacer mi juego, vengo a buscar el knockout. Estoy listo para luchar los 3 rounds. Estoy listo para todo. Vengo preparado. Quiero demostrar que estoy dentro de los 15 mejores del mundo y vengo por ese bono, ya saben.
Listen, everybody knows what I came here for. I think the knockouts was something I look for. I'm ready for this. If I need to wrestle him for 3, I'm ready to wrestle if needed. I wrestle for 3 rounds, and for whatever it may be, I'm ready for this fight.
He said the key to beating you is, in his words, no brawling. He can't let this turn into a brawl. Do you think he's kind of overlooking the rest of the aspects of your game?
Él dijo que la clave para ganar de ti es básicamente no entrar a una pelea así de cerca, o sea, como una pelea de bar. O sea, porque él sabe que él no quiere. ¿Crees que te están subestimando en el sentido de que piensan que solo vienes con eso, que solamente eso es solo el knockout, o sea, que ese es tu juego? O sea, si evitan eso, ¿están bien?
Sí, pues yo creo que realmente nadie sabe cómo peleo. Todas mis peleas son en el primer round. Nadie ha visto cómo me desenvuelvo pasando los minutos del round. Así que esperen una sorpresa. Van a ver demasiadas armas, van a ver demasiado... soy muy bueno, así que si pasa el tiempo, pues lo van a ver. Y si no, pues voy a ganar rápido.
I think that people are underestimating me. They don't know how I truly fight. I mean, my fights don't go past the first round, so you don't know what happens and how a fight develops for me once we go, once the minutes just keep on and the clock keeps on ticking. You don't know what can happen. I have a lot of weapons in my arsenal that I can bring in, but I'll tell you, if it goes past you will see it. If it doesn't, better be.
So given that, you say a lot of people don't know the rest of your game, did this excite you even more knowing that Grant Dawson will force you to show off what you want people to know you can do?
Y con esta información que nos brindaste, que la gente obviamente no conoce mucho de tu juego, ¿crees que, es una oportunidad, entonces te emociona más pelear contra Grant Dawson por el hecho de que tendrás una oportunidad, porque sabe que él viene a probar una parte de tu juego que la gente tal vez no conozca? O sea, te emociona y te pone más feliz de tener una oportunidad de enseñarle a la gente algo que no han visto.
Sí, estoy muy emocionado, estoy muy contento de poderme probar contra un peleador como Grant Dawson, que es muy bueno en la lucha. Estoy emocionado, quiero que se llegue el sábado, estoy listo para luchar, como te digo, y listo para encontrar ese hueco y aprovecharlo al momento que sea.
I'm very excited. As I said, like I'm excited to fight, to prove myself against a guy like Grant Dawson, to wrestle him if need be, to show him my wrestling. I am excited about this, and I want Saturday to come sooner than later. And I want to wrestle him. I want to fight him, and I want to find that hole and take advantage of it.
And just last one for me. I feel like we have to ask all the lightweights about this. Has been, you know, the big interim title fight that was announced. What did you make of it being Paddy and Gaethje and Ilya not fighting, and then Arman thinks he deserves the title fights? Considering this is your weight class, I'd like your thoughts on it.
Y creo que es importante preguntar a todos los ligeros que están acá. O sea, tenemos la oportunidad de hablar contigo después de todo lo que pasó en la última semana. O sea, que anunciaron la pelea entre Gaethje y Paddy, y que Ilya no va a pelear por un tiempo y que Arman está ahí, queda esperando. O sea, pensamientos generales. ¿Qué opinas tú de lo que pasó la semana?
La verdad yo creo que Arman sí se merece esa oportunidad. Se la dieron a Paddy, está Gage. Yo estoy contento. Voy a hacerme una buena carnita asada cuando sea esa pelea. Voy a estar listo, voy a esperar mi oportunidad y voy a llegar, y yo sé que voy a enfrentar a ellos, así que por lo pronto por mí que se hagan garras, llego yo después.
I really, like, my opinion is that Arman is the most deserving candidate at this time. They decided to give the opportunity to Paddy, and Gaethje's right there as well. For me, listen, I'm happy. I'm gonna put, you know, barbecue's gonna be ready. I'm gonna enjoy that fight and let them go at it, and whoever comes next, they'll be ready for anybody.
Manuel, how close were you to getting the fight with Charles Oliveira earlier this year? I knew you threw your name in the mix.
¿Cuánto cerca estuviste de tener una pelea con Charles Oliveira este año, hace par de meses? Sabemos que estaba en la conversación.
Yo creo que estuve así de cerca, no sé qué fue lo que pasó. Creo que ya le habían dicho a Matthews Grambot que no. Creo que era yo, pero no importa. Se lo merece, tiene muy buen lugar Matthews, así que ya pasó lo que pasó, así que estoy listo para esperar después mi oportunidad.
I was this close to having that fight. I don't know what really happened. It apparently had something about, like, Mateo's camera maybe said no or something, and I don't know what happened, and he ended up being in that fight. I do have to say, like, he is well deserving. That is his spot to have it, and unfortunately I wasn't there, but very close.
And then obviously there's 2 titles in the division. Like, other than the lightweight title, do you have your eyes, like, I wouldn't say potentially on the BMF title, but like the guy that holds it somewhere down the line?
Y obviamente hay 2 títulos en la división, hay 2 cinturones. Hay el cinturón y hay el cinturón de BMF. No para este momento, no como un objetivo en ese momento, pero tienes ojos tal vez ahí, un objetivo de uno de aquellos que tienen el BMF de pelear a esta persona.
La verdad, voy a ser sincero, yo quiero esos 2 cinturones y después voy a buscar el de 170. Ese es mi objetivo, ese es mi plan aquí en la vida y en el deporte, y creo que no hay más.
To be very sincere with you, I want those 2 belts. My life in sport, and I'm gonna fight a lot and just work very hard for that.
Manuel, gracias por tomar tiempo de hablar con la prensa. Mencionaste entrenar en Ciudad México. ¿Es normalmente parte del campamento o le pusiste más énfasis con alguien como tu oponente Grant, que tiene súper buen cardio y sabemos que su condición es tremenda?
About fighting, about doing your camp in Mexico City, is it something that's part of your camp and was planned, or did you put emphasis on that because of the fact that you're fighting Dawson, you got that cardio, so that maybe adds another layer to it?
Fíjate que llevo 3, 4 campamentos en la Ciudad de México y hace 2 campamentos lo estuve pensando y creo que va a ser parte de mí, de mi equipo, aprovechar la altura de Ciudad de México y aprovechar el UFC Performance en Ciudad de México, toda la gente, todos los atletas que están ahí formándose, y a todos los coaches que están allá la verdad me trataron muy bien, trabajé muy bien, muy a gusto, tengo todo con ellos, así que voy a aprovechar la Ciudad de México siempre, cada campamento.
Dijiste 2, 3, 4. ¿Cuántos? 3, 4. I think it's been actually, as far as camp, it's been 3, 4 camps that we've done there. I think it's kind of it's a given with my coaches. We like doing there. Also, we take full advantage of the infrastructure and the people and the coaches at the UFC Performance Institute in Mexico City. So it works well for me, and we're going to take full advantage of all the structure and the resources that we have there, the people.
Claro que sí, muy buen hecho. Cuando viste el oponente en el contrato o te contactó el manejador o quien sea, ¿qué fue la reacción? Aparte de la emoción que decir, ok, tengo una pelea grande, el evento que termina diciembre del UFC, siempre sabemos que es uno de los más grandes shows, pero también tienes la oportunidad de entrar en el ranking porque sabemos que tiene un número tu oponente.
When you got the name, what was it like to get, the name, knowing what the circumstances are? We understand, yes, I got a fight, but also a great event at the end of the year, a massive card, and more importantly, a ranking, a spot in the rankings, because he's got a number attached to his name.
Fue increíble haber escuchado, haber visto en el contrato el nombre de Grand Dawson, que es top 13. Fue increíble, fue algo emocionante para mí. Yo solo me lo dije, estás entre los mejores, te están poniendo a prueba entre los mejores. Estoy listo, vengo aquí y vengo por ese lugar.
It was incredible to get that and just to see that 13, it was there. I saw it, and I was very excited about it, excited the opportunity. I said, listen, I'm here. They give me an opportunity. I'm here to fight with the best. I consider myself one of the best, and I have an opportunity to get a place amongst the best.
Muy bien, y finalmente te veo con la chamarra de los Raiders. ¿Cuánto tiempo pudiste estar en Las Vegas? ¿Has podido ir a un juego o es todo de negocio hasta aquí en el PI? ¿Qué has hecho para ajustar el campamento ya viniendo de México para estar aquí en Las Vegas?
We see you, the Raiders jacket on. Have you been able to enjoy Las Vegas in any capacity? Did you do something in here? Have you been to a game or basically it's all business when you're here in Las Vegas for the fight?
Fíjate que aquí vive y tengo mi escuela con mi tercer coach. Mi equipo es de 3 coaches y Héctor Vázquez vive aquí, entonces yo vengo, me estoy un rato aquí, me siento muy a gusto, uso también las instalaciones del APEX y del UFC Performance, me la paso increíble, todos me tratan muy bien, también me siento un poquito parte de aquí y pues quiero seguir estando más aquí en Las Vegas también para también poder aprender a hablar el inglés mejor y así poderme comunicar con más público y todo. Pero me encanta todo. Yankees, Los Ángeles, los Raiders, todos.
Listen, I've come here all the time. I have my coach, one of my 3 coaches for life. He's got a school here. Héctor Vázquez here as well, so I always try to be around. I like to use the facilities. I'm here at the Apex all the time. I'm at the UFC PI, and they treat me very well there. I feel very welcome. So, and I try to be here as well, just try to learn some more English and perhaps communicate with a different kind of audience. And yeah, it's pretty cool. The Raiders, the Yankees, I don't know.
Gracias, bien, y suerte el sábado.
¿Qué tal, Manuel? Bienvenido. Bueno, tú siempre entras al octágono con una intensidad bastante particular porque entras con calma y también con agresividad a la vez. ¿Cuál es ese switch que te dispara inmediatamente que se cierra la jaula?
You come into the octagon at the same time very calmly, very composed, collected, and all of a sudden with a lot of intensity as well. And stuff gets really intense once you get into the octagon. What happens? What is that switch that flips on and you become the person that you do?
Fíjate que yo siempre he sido así desde chico. Desde chico he sido muy peleonero en la calle y no sé, tengo esa chispa, no sé, trato de controlarla como te digo y la disparo, la controlo y así soy, no sé.
Listen, I've been like this since I was a kid. I was a brawler in the streets when I was always getting into fights, and I know I got that spark. I try to control it. I try to tame it a little bit, but sometimes I get, sometimes I don't, but I don't know. I just try to control the spark that I have.
En esta pelea, como ya lo dijeron, vienes contra un rival bastante técnico como es Grant Dawson. ¿Qué parte de tu preparación sientes que ha evolucionado y que aún nos queda por ver en esta pelea?
We talked about Grant Dawson and the opportunity to fight him and bring another layer to your game. What, in your preparing and your camp for this fight, do you think you have gotten better, and what can we expect in this fight?
Yo he trabajado todo, he trabajado la lucha, lo técnico, el striking, he tratado de mejorar todo y más que nada mentalmente he trabajado más en mí. Así que cada vez me siento mejor peleador, voy a llegar a donde quiero y siempre con los pies en la tierra, siempre siendo un buen atleta.
We truly worked on everything. We did worked a lot of, obviously, the wrestling. We worked on the striking and the technique as well, but above all, the mental aspect of it all. I want to become the best athlete I can, and I think also just to be the best athlete and the best person I can in the future.
Said Bogdan coming in next.
Right here. First of all, it's been a bit since we last saw you. I guess how's it feel to get this, how's camp in, and how's it feel to get this big spot against a former champion on the last pay-per-view of the year?
Достаточно много времени прошло с тех пор, как мы последний раз тебя видели. Во-первых, как ощущения, какие чувства, что ты вернулся, и у тебя такая большая возможность драться против бывшего чемпиона?
Крайний бой провел в Дубае, дрался в Дубае, и все было здорово. И сейчас рад вернуться в Америку, провести здесь бой на крайнем ивенте UFC. Так что разве можно быть здесь несчастливым?
Last fight was in Abu Dhabi. Was very good fight, good feeling about it. Now, happy to be back, happy for the opportunity to be at the last pay-per-view of the year. And what other feelings could I have besides happiness? How could you not be happy about this?
I'm sure you wanted a big name after your last performance, especially in this division. It seems to be moving very quickly. But did you think you would get a name like Yan? Because usually the guys that fight and beat him go on to the top 5 in main events and everything like that.
Наверняка после прошлой победы ты хотел достаточно большое имя получить, но думал ли ты, что получишь такое имя, как Ян, достаточно огромное имя в этом дивизионе, особенно в дивизионе, в котором все быстро двигается. Обычно ребята, которые дерутся с ним, если они выиграют, получают возможность быть в топ-5.
Если честно, думал о именах о разных, но вот именно Ян был для меня сюрпризом, действительно. Я думал, кого-то 7-й, 8-й номер дадут мне, но дали Яна, и большая возможность от UFC. Конечно, я надеюсь, что я не подведу.
You know, obviously, I thought about having a name, somebody with a name to fight, but surprised that it was Yan specifically. I thought maybe somebody, maybe top 7, somebody in the 8th rank, something like that, but not Blachowicz. And I was very surprised. And thank you so much. And I hope that I'll do diligence to this opportunity.
Watching his fights, he seems to have this ability to slow the fight down and make his opponent fight at his pace, which is they either walk into his Polish power or it kind of becomes a grinding fight. So I guess what are you expecting from Yan, and what do you see his past opponents doing wrong that they kind of fall into his style of fighting?
Если посмотреть его стиль, у него есть какая-то такая манера растягивать бой, делать его достаточно длинным и заманивать ребят, чтобы они дрались в его скорости, да. То есть он или их заманивает на свою польскую силу, как он ее называет, или бой проходит такой достаточно долгий, вязкий бой, который затягивается. Что нужно сделать, чтобы не попасться на его вот эту удочку, и что делали другие ребята неправильно, почему они на это попадали?
Ну, каждый бой — это отдельный вид, и как-то за других ребят я говорить не буду, но насчет его польской мощи я отвечу то, что буду показывать свою, не знаю, русско-узбекскую смекалку и свою скорость. Так что посмотрим. Посмотрим, как это выльется, в каком ключе.
You know, every fight is different. I can't talk for other fighters why specifically they were, following his pace or whatever. But what I could say, obviously about his legendary Polish power is that what I'll have to do is counter it with my, Russian or Uzbek IQ and my speed, and we'll see how the fight goes.
And can I ask you about just the division as a whole? Because, Peyton got the belt back, Yuri's back in the win column, Olberg has established himself as a contender. Just what do you make of the top of the division right now?
Что вообще думаешь про дивизион? Потому что Пуатан забрал обратно тебе пояс, Юрий Прохашко хорошо себя показывает, теперь уже и Олбрак достаточно сильно закрепился здесь. Вообще твои мысли про дивизион?
Ну, вроде Перейра собирается в тяжелом весе драться. Если будут разыгрывать какой-то пояс между кем-то, то да, возможно, то, что это будет Улберг и Прохаска, так что я сосредоточен сейчас на своем бое, и после победы, дай бог, будем тоже бороться за эту движуху. Так что, но весь фокус сейчас на бое именно с Яном.
From what I understand, it seems as though Peyton is trying to go up to the heavyweight, right? And so, if there's going to be some sort of a belt, there's going to be probably a belt fight for the belt between Yuri and Olberg. But when it comes to me, obviously, right now the goal is the victory this Saturday, and then I want to try and put my name into that whole, race for the title. But for now, it's just the fight on Saturday. That's the only concentration.
Last one about the future, but in this division specifically, the people that take these short notice fights and seem to be ready at the most opportune time get those opportunities, especially against Alex and stuff like that. So moving forward, will you kind of try to be a guy that will always be close to ready in case the UFC needs a last minute fight or a big name main event in this division?
Опять вопрос про будущее, да, ты уже сказал, что концентрируешься на этом бое только в субботу, но в принципе очень часто UFC дает возможности тем ребятам, которые готовы на низком старте в любой момент подойти и взять эту возможность биться, да, особенно такие люди, которым дают возможность драться за пояс и так далее. Если они всегда готовы, то они больше всего получают возможностей. В твоем случае, готов ли ты вот после этой победы в субботу быть как бы всегда готовым или быть в форме всегда, если вдруг UFC позвонит, даст тебе какую-то возможность драться за пояс или в принципе быть готовым к бою в любой момент, будешь ли ты?
Да, конечно, я пришел в UFC драться, и если подвернется такая возможность, то я буду первым, кто согласится.
Yes, of course, I came here to fight, and so if I get an opportunity, if the opportunity calls, then I'll be the first one to answer it.
And just last one for me, I'm sure you've answered this before, but were you really the security guard for John Jones and Frank Mir in Moscow?
И последний вопрос. Это правда, что ты действительно работал в security, когда Джон Джонс и Фрэнк Мир были в баре?
Я стоял буквально в 2 шагах. Если посмотрите видео, это было вот прям буквально, можно сказать, то, что Джон Джонс и Фрэнк Мир дрались у меня у ног, возле моих ног прям. Я был как рефери.
I was literally 2 steps away. Like even if you look at the video, you could see that they were fighting like in front of me. I was pretty much the ref for that fight.
What's it like when you're a security guard, but you have, you know, 2 of the greatest fighters ever, kind of in a brawl? Like it's a fun brawl, but like how do you even possibly break that up, if you could?
Расскажи про это, что это значит вообще быть вышибалой в тот момент, когда двое самых лучших бойцов в мире перед тобой дерутся, и тебе нужно разнимать этот бой вообще. Какие у тебя ощущения, какие мысли?
Скажи, как это на английском, типа, они нарушают правила? Ну, типа, you stay in here and you think, oh, these guys is like break rules, but it's okay. Because you don't think it's like go inside like separate these guys because maybe it's a small fight, it start big fight like.
Who won?
Yeah, thank you.
Кто победил?
It's like, скажи, что это был дружеский у них такой спарринг, и они в очень-очень игровой манере было, но у одного из них там потек нос потом в итоге.
It was more like a friendly, like maybe like a sparring session or whatever. They were mostly playing with each other, but somebody ended up with a bloody nose.
Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Богдан, привет.
Yes.
Во-первых, что такого запрещенного у тебя написано на худе, что пришлось заклеивать перед пресс-конференцией?
Ну, если они заклеили, значит, они не хотят, чтобы это попало в эфир.
Этот бой против Блachowicza, по идее, по слухам, должен был сначала состояться в Катаре, потом вроде как перенесли на... Это правда? И если да, то почему перенесли?
Rumor has it that this fight against Blachowicz was supposed to be actually taking place in Qatar, and then they moved it over here. Is it true? And if so, why did they move it?
На самом деле я не знаю, откуда эта информация была. Ни мы, ни UFC об этом не сообщали. Почему-то люди решили о том, что это будет в Катаре бой. Вот. Но на тот момент, когда эти слухи уже распространялись, у меня уже был подписанный контракт, и я точно знал, что буду драться в Вегасе.
To be honest, I'm not sure where the rumor started because us or the UFC never shared that information. It was never shared with anybody. So the rumor started and kind of spread like wildfire. But to be honest, when I saw that, I already had the signed contract and I knew that I was going to be fighting in December.
Ты вошел в 25-й год на 14-м месте рейтинга. Сейчас в случае хорошего результата ты его закончишь на 5-м месте. Учитывая, что UFC постоянно тебе дает более и более топовую оппозицию, считаешь ли, что они заинтересованы, в принципе, в том, чтобы ты добрался до титульного боя как можно раньше?
You started 2025 ranked number 14. Right now, you have a possibility of ending 2025 with the win at number 5. If you look at your growth in the sport, if you look at the way UFC is moving you forward, does it seem to you as they are interested in getting you as close to the title opportunity as possible?
Я думаю, это не связано конкретно со мной, а думаю, то, что UFC заинтересован в моем стиле, так как получается у меня либо нокаутировать, либо досрочно заканчивать своих оппонентов. Так что, думаю, в принципе, и люди, и само руководство лиги любит завершение таких боев. Так что, думаю, в силу моего такого стиля дают вот такие вот шансы для меня.
I don't think it has to do with me personally as a person. I think it's more my style, my fighting style. If you look at my fights, there's lots of finishes, lots of knockouts, and the UFC is interested in that. They like that type of style. So I think they see it, the crowd sees it, and I think people want me to get up to the top, to the title. So with that, more opportunities come, and I get moved forward.
И последний вопрос от меня. Учитывая, что ты дрался с Никитой Крыловым недавно, для тебя не проблема драться с нашими ребятами, но в случае победы над Блachowicem, если UFC предложит тебе Анкалаева, это окей будет для тебя, или ты хотел бы подраться с кем-то из иностранцев все-таки?
We saw you fighting Nikita Krylov, so we understand that it's not a problem for you to fight somebody who's a countryman of yours. Right now, with the win over Blachowicz, there's a possibility that you might be asked to fight Ankalaev. Is that an issue for you, or would you have no problem fighting him?
В любом случае, Анкалаев – это огромное имя, и, конечно же, был бы я глупцом, если бы отказывался как-то и избегал бы этого боя. Вот. Но все же, конечно, хотелось бы оспаривать с представителями, так скажем, другого камфу, с другого, там, скажем, материка.
You know, obviously, Ankalaev is a huge name, and I would be a fool to turn down an opportunity like that. So, if that's what UFC decides, then we'll have to do it. But to be honest, there's other names there. There's other people there. So, it would be best for me to try and match my kung fu against somebody else. You know, to fight somebody from, let's say, a different continent.
Удачи в субботу.
Спасибо.
What's up, everyone? That never went away, you know, just like eventually we're getting it, we're going to get the fight, and looking forward to, you know, putting on a great performance.
Did you think you would eventually did you think you would actually get to fight Terrence? Because at the time it made sense, but then, you know, maybe your careers went in different directions for a bit. Is this a fight you wanted, or is it just, you know, at the time it presented itself and that was just the fight in front of me?
Yeah, it's definitely the fight I wanted, you know. To make good fights, you need a good dance partner, and Terrence is that. So, yeah, it's like the UFC is such a big machine, you know, you just don't know what they're going to pull out the bag. And, you know, I was calling for this fight to my manager quite frequently, so I'm just super excited to now show the world.
And when you guys were first tied together, I remember he called you out at like a media day or a media scrum, and then you kind of clapped back at him on Instagram. Was there any actual bad blood, or was that just selling the fight, and at this point it's just your job and you're going to fight each other?
Oh, it's definitely not bad blood. You know, there'll be bad blood on Saturday night, I can tell you that. There's no friends in this game, and I'm sure he knows that. I'm going to go out there and try and kill him on Saturday night. And, you know, we spoke a little bit over social media, and years ago, I remember he messaged me when we were first scheduled to fight, and he said, he's like, I'm looking forward to compete against you. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, we're not going to be competing, we're going to be fighting. So just remember that.
And I feel like everyone knows what Terrence is going to try to do in there. He's going to try to get you out of there in round one. So I guess what are you expecting from him? Is it just as simple as that? Survive round one, put him away round 2 and 3, or I guess what do you see from Terrence?
I'm just going to take it as it comes, you know, plan A, plan B, plan C, get in there and move a little bit and make sure I don't get hit with those big long 1-2s, big high kicks, big knees. You know, I feel he's, without being disrespectful, I feel he's pretty one-dimensional in the sense that, you know, he hasn't been out the first round and won. If we get into the second and third, you seen from my last performance, like, how hard I can push myself. And I know how far I can push myself, but maybe you guys don't know because you haven't seen it in many fights. You've only seen it in one. But, like, I work my ass off 24/7, 7 days a week, and there's not a minute of the day that goes by that I do not think about MMA and the UFC. So I'm ready to put on a show.
So I also, you know, when Terrence win or lose, a lot of times he's like, even when he does lose, it's a fight of the night kind of thing, like that Drew Dober fight, right?
Yep.
I feel like when they matched you up, people are like, oh, fight of the night potential, but that usually means it's a close fight. So do you take that as maybe an insult that people think it's a fight of the night? Like, because I assume you just want to get this over with quick and have it not be so close.
They can say what they want as long as I get my 50K at the back pocket. I'll be happy. But yeah, you know, I go out there and try and finish everyone. Sometimes it just doesn't happen. You know, you need to have the Orion's belt of MMA on the night. You know, sometimes people sleep in for work and things happen. You know, sometimes it's hard to put everything together on the night. I am getting so much better day in, day out, American top team right now, that I am the best. You probably hear this every single week, like, this is the best version of me. I can wholeheartedly say that I am getting better every camp, and this is the best version of me. So I have no excuses when it comes Saturday night. I can't come and say, oh, I was injured, or that doesn't happen with me. I go out there, put on a performance, and go home and see my family. So there's no excuses. This is the best camp I've ever had. And there'll be no excuses if I lose, which won't happen.
And just last one for me, I have to ask, you know, all the lightweights about this. You know, all the title fights that were announced with the interim fight not involving Arman and Ilya being on the sidelines. So considering this is your weight class, what did you make of that fight announcement? And, you know, Arman seems to be the name that people were surprised wasn't involved in the interim fight.
Honestly, I really couldn't give a fuck about it all. It's just, these names are above me right now. I'm so far away from that right now that I don't even think about it. It's like, people get so dealt into it about like who they think deserves this and who they think deserves that. Dana White, the UFC, Sean Shelby, Mike, all these sorts of people, Hunter, they decide. It's not everybody else's job. And the thing is as well, like, there's a bigger narrative around that as well, because like Paddy and Justin fighting, and then like people are talking about that. It's big news, and it's just as big as maybe it would be if Arman was to fight for the title, you know. So, you know, any publicity is good publicity, as they say. So it's good to, you know, everybody's talking about the UFC now, and it's beginning to be the fastest growing, well, it is the fastest growing sport in the world right now, and it's going to be the biggest. It's going to, I think it will take over the NFL, basketball, all these sorts of things. Done? Only one? God's sake.
思いますが、T モバイルのファンの前でできること、ケージも大きくなって、今その T モバイルになるっていうところについてどう思ってますか？
自分自身2回目の T モバイルで、また T モバイルに来れて嬉しいです。すごい大きい会場でやれることにすごいワクワクしてます。
This will be my second T-Mobile experience. Very happy to be back. Very excited to be fighting in front of all the fans.
Is there a difference in just the size of the octagon when you fight in there? Because a lot of people like to point that that's the outside of the crowd, just the less space to work in the Apex probably plays a bigger factor. But as someone who has that experience, is there a big difference?
ケージの、オクタゴンのサイズの違いっていうのは意識されることはありますか？
前回やった時もそこまで気にならなかったので、大きくなる分にはそこまでやりづらさっていうのは感じないんじゃないかなって思ってます。
I didn't feel so much concern last time when I fought at the T-Mobile. As long as it's big, I'm not worried too much.
And what do you make of Brandon as an opponent? Obviously, you expected a big name, but outside of fighting for the fighting the champion, Brandon seems to be not just the best, but the most popular and brings the most eyeballs.
対戦相手ブランドン・モレノとなりましたが、もともと強い相手とやりたい、上の相手とやりたいという意思はあったと思いますが、その中でブランドン・モレノという、一番知名度的にも経験的にも多い選手になったのかなと思いますが、いかがでしょうか？
前回勝って上位陣とやりたいって思ってて、その時にブランドン・モレノ選手の、対戦相手に決まって、一番いい相手、一番次の挑戦者の椅子を決めるにふさわしい相手が来たと思ってます。
Yes, obviously, after the last fight, I wanted a top ranker, and hearing the name Brandon Moreno, I think it was like the perfect opponent that I wanted, and I think it will be the perfect match to determine the next title contender.
A lot of fans and media seem to think Brandon's last two performances are the best he's ever looked in there. He's just everything seems to be working well for him. So, from the outside watching, do you agree that the recent Brandon Moreno is the best we've ever seen?
ブランドン・モレノの長いキャリアの中でもここ2試合が一番いい状態なんじゃないかっていう意見もありますけど、彼のキャリアを見て今の状態をどう捉えておりますか？
たくさん経験をしてきてるし、大きい試合もこなしてきてるので、彼の試合を見て、やっぱりストライキングの能力っていうのはどんどん進化してるっていうのを感じてるので、それに自分がどこまでストライキングでも MMA で勝負できるのかすごいワクワクしてます。
Of all the experience he has, definitely understand in terms of like striking that he's still evolving and is the best striker of Moreno that we probably are seeing now. But I'm very excited to see how I can fight against him, especially on stands, and see how the fight goes.
I read an interview where you said your coach seemed to get along really well with him through Pokemon cards. How true is that?
ポケモンカードを通してコーチが仲良くやってるっていうのを読んだんですけど、事実ですか？
そう僕のコーチはポケモンカード、子供たちのためにポケモンカードを集めるのが大好きで、そうですね、モレノにも日本のカードを渡してコーチがすごい喜んでましたね。
Yeah, my coach, he has kids and he loves collecting Pokemon cards. So the answer is, it is true that he was giving Pokemon cards to Moreno as well, and he was so happy to be able to give it to him.
You gonna give him any at the face-off?
Face-off で渡すっていう話は。
いや、恥ずかしいから却下しました。
Too embarrassing, I said no to the coach.
And just last one for me, I think a lot of people point to either your fight, getting the title shot against the main event, or obviously Kyoji Horiguchi is calling for the next title shot. So do you need to put on a spectacular performance to kind of erase all the questions and prove that you are the number one contender?
次の挑戦者っていうところで、今日というかこのモレノ、達郎のどっちか勝った方 なのか、一方で堀口教授という名前も出てきますが、それも踏まえて、この試合、しっかり自分が次期挑戦者であるということを見せるにあたって何が必要だと感じられていますか？
堀口さんと比べてですよね。
比べてでもいいですし、
堀口さん、
何見てますか？
わかりました。素晴らしいパフォーマンスを見せた試合だったし、僕も今回の土曜日の試合で、フィニッシュされたことないモレノをフィニッシュして、パントージャとジョシュア・バーンの勝者に挑みたいなって思ってます。
Looking at Kyoji's fight, I think he showed a great performance. And obviously that's something I have to show this Saturday as well. Make sure I finish Moreno, which he's never been finished. So give him the first finish. That's what I have to show.
Tatsuro, just curious, we're seeing Horiguchi back in the UFC now. They haven't been to Japan in a very long time. How big could a fight between you and Horiguchi for a UFC title in Japan be, and what would that mean to the country?
堀口選手の名前も上がりましたけど、UFC としてはだいぶ長いこと日本でやっていないっていう中で、仮に、堀口対平なのか、2人が日本に UFC を持っていくって言ってくれるんじゃないかという期待もありますけど、いかがですか？
そうですね、僕と堀口さん、そう活躍してて、日本大会が UFC で UFC の日本大会を開催するっていうのは僕の夢の一つでもありますし、それが実現することを願ってずっと勝ち続けようと思います。
Yeah, I think it's good for the sport that myself, obviously, and also Kyoji Horiguchi being here and showing great performances. Obviously, one of my dream or goal is to bring UFC to Japan, UFC event to Japan. So, hope I get another show another great fight this week and make my dream come true soon.
Who do you believe is going to be the champion after Saturday? Do you think Joshua Van is able to upset Pantoja?
土曜日の後、どちらがチャンピオンになっていると思いますか？パントージャ、ジョシュア・バント。
いろんなメディアで聞かれてて、チャンピオンが勝つって言ってたんですけど、本当に、ファイトウィークを過ごしてみて、両方とも調子良さそうですし、正直わかんない50-50の戦いかなと思います。
Obviously, I've been asked this question so many times. I've always answered the champ would win, meaning Pantoja. But here in fight week and kind of seeing both and the condition, they look awesome. So I don't know, I would say 50-50 at this moment.
Tatsuro over here. When we talk about potential fights with you and Kyoji Horiguchi in Japan, just other great fighters from Japan going to fight over there, do you think a fight like that with a good supporting, undercard can bring back the vibes of pride to the modern day UFC era?
平さん選手と堀口選手の名前が上がって、仮に日本でその対戦があったらいいなみたいな話もありましたけど、他にも日本人選手多くいると思いますけど、日本大会を実現させるためにもやっぱり他にいろんな日本人選手がどんどん増えていくっていうことが鍵になってくると思いですか？ごめんなさい。とかつプライド時代みたいな人気が日本でも上がるようにということ。
それでプライド時代の人気を、人気がまた日本に来るように UFC でもっと日本が盛り上がるように、日本人選手もっともっと、ロードトゥーだったりいろんなとこから契約してもっともっと UFC ファイターが増えて日本大会も毎年できるようになっていければなって思ってます。
Yeah, everyone talks about the Pride Days. Obviously true. Hopefully we get more UFC fighters through like Road to UFC and all that. Be able to have more Japanese fighters and bring the UFC event to Japan. not just once, but it has to be an annual event. That's what we're trying to do.
Josh, front right here.
Hey.
We're used to seeing you every month pretty much. So I guess how's it been, not having to prepare for like a quick turnaround and getting an actual full camp to prepare for the champion?
And it felt good to have a full camp, you know what I mean? But I was kind of enjoying the break too, because I take 2 months off and things like that. So now I let my body recover for this hard camp. So I'm very happy with the camp.
Well, I was going to ask, like, how, I guess, physically, how are you feeling after, the bout? Because we kept talking about how great that run was, but physically, how are you feeling after that?
Physically, I feel strong, man. I think that my body needed that rest or something, you know what I mean? So now I feel great.
There seems to be this narrative online that, win or lose, Josh Van is still kind of going to bring the heat. Like, it's going to be a potential fight of the night regardless. So I'm sure you want to win, but I guess how proud are you in the fact that in a short amount of time, people are already kind of marking you as, like, can't miss fights?
Yeah, that's crazy, right? Because before the Royval fight, there was like, even if you lose, it's okay, right? So I don't plan on losing, you know what I mean? So I'm here to take that belt from one of the greatest in our division. So that's the goal, and I stay at that.
I heard this story from one of your coaches. I can't remember which one, but he said, like, on day one, he put you through the ringer, and then you stuck around and you kept at this. So I guess from that moment to now, like, I guess, what's been the biggest, difference in learning curve you experienced from your first day in that gym to now preparing to fight who many consider one of the greatest flyweights of all time?
Yeah, my first day in the gym, man, I was just a little cocky as a kid, that thing I was one of the best fighters in the world, you know what I mean? Now, we got the techniques and all the skill down, and you know what I mean? Just fighting for something more important now.
And with Pantoja, I think, especially the last couple of fights, I think fans kind of know what to expect. He walks forward, he kind of pushes through his opponent's offense, and then looks for the takedown, submits him pretty quickly. So I guess, what are his opponents doing wrong, I guess, that Pantoja can take advantage of seemingly every time he goes out there?
Yeah, like I always say, man, they give him too much respect. And you got to remember, I'm a counter puncher, so let's see if you want to rush in with that, you know what I mean? We have to wait and see come December 6th.
And I've seen a few of your interviews where people are bringing up this old versus new narrative, and you don't seem to like that. Like, I see you shaking your head right now. So what is it about that narrative that kind of bugs you?
Because, we got to give credit to Pantoja, man. He's the greatest of all time in my eyes, in our division. So this is what the up-and-coming versus the great. Yeah.
And since your last fight, Kyoji rejoins the UFC. He got that big win call for the title. Taira was just in here, and he thinks if he stops Brandon Moreno, he should get the title fight. But when we see these great champions lose, oftentimes they maybe get rebooked in the rematch right away just because he's been the champion for so long. So is Pantoja a guy that if you win, you're probably going to have to run it back with right away just based on his resume and the respect the UFC has for him?
Yeah, after I beat Pantoja, that's the UFC to decide who I fight next. and things like that. So I don't really worry about nothing else. You know what I mean? There's only one guy's in my mind. That's Pantoja.
Just last one for me. How's, I guess, life changed for the people around you too? Because it's one thing for you to experience this, but with the people that came along you on this ride, this rapid rise, how have they handled, I guess, the new attention at the gym? And, you know, we've seen you in your church and everything. How's the family kind of reacted to this?
A lot has changed, man. A lot has changed seeing Royval fight. You know, life is great. that's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, life is great.
So Josh, what would it mean to bring the title back to Houston, but also represent Myanmar and have a Myanmar champion?
Yeah, becoming the first Burmese UFC fighter was a history itself too, you know what I mean? And then just not only that, becoming like a UFC champion, it will mean the world to me, you know what I mean? And for Houston, Texas, man, they show me support and things like that, you know what I mean? As soon as they hear about this fight, everybody reaching me out, like, you know, reaching out to me and things like that. They're like, hey, whatever you need, we are here. So Houston, Texas have been supporting me.
Are you still reading all of the comments and videos about your fights?
Oh, for sure. You know, yeah.
What's the funniest one you've seen so far, like, as for a prediction for this fight?
Well, I would say funny because they be like, yeah, Pantoja, you know? That was like, but then one of the funniest thing I read is like, yeah, he's a kid. Even if you lose, it's okay. You know, I think that's dumb. Yeah.
Awesome. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Josh, up front. You and I talked a little bit yesterday about the diet, and there was like some comments about it, about McDonald's and, you know, things like that. There was a former NFL player, Chad Ochocinco, who was like an advocate for McDonald's. He said he ate McDonald's throughout his entire NFL career. Yeah. And his explanation was like, all these guys are out here eating healthy, and these are the guys that are getting hurt. And I'm the guy that's eating like shit, and I haven't had a real bad injury in my whole life. Explain that, you know what I mean? Because a lot of guys are like, man, I don't know if a pro fighter should be eating McDonald's or things like that.
Yeah, man, I get tired of eating healthy stuff, you know what I mean? Like, it just look too healthy, you know what I mean? And I train like 3 times a day, so, you know, after my strength conditioning, I have like, 30 minutes to go to the other gym, so, you know what I mean? There's McDonald's in between, so, you know what I mean? That's why I always stop by McDonald's and get burritos, hash browns, and an orange juice. Yeah.
Do any of the guys at the gym give you shit for it?
Oh, yeah, for sure. My coach is like, yeah, you eating McDonald's? I'm like, yeah.
But there's never been like a weight issue or anything like that?
Nah, man, my weight is always great.
And then we've seen like UFC fighters in the past have kind of like relationships with musicians. Like we'd see McGregor and Drake, or we'd see Dustin Poirier and Lil Wayne. Is there anybody specifically music-wise that you would ever like to, I don't know, link up with before a fight or something like that? Like maybe Chief Keef or, you know, somebody out there.
Yeah, that'd be dope, right, Chief Keef? That's who I come out to almost every fight, so. But nah, I never really thought about that. Yeah.
Josh, over here. Are you satisfied with your preparation for this fight, in terms of takedown defense and submission defense?
Yeah, yes, I'm very, very happy with my preparation for this fight.
Yeah, because we haven't seen your submission defense, so can you expand that?
Yeah, a lot of people haven't seen my submission defense because nobody really tried to submit me. Yeah.
Okay. How did you prepare mentally for this title fight?
My mentor is always ready, you know what I mean? I was ready for the title fight 2 fights ago, you know what I mean? So I'm ready.
Yeah. Last year, this time, you were here with Cody Darden. Right, this time you were early prelim, and then now, in just a year, you're fighting for title fight. How do you feel about that?
I feel great, man, especially after I see myself on the poster. I look damn good in that poster, you know what I mean? So I'm very, very happy with what's happening right now.
Okay, if you win this fight, Do you want to defend the title in the White House?
Yeah, when I win the fight, I want to defend the title wherever the UFC want me to defend it.
Okay. Is it your family, all your family coming? Is it your mom going to be by the ringside supporting you in this fight?
Yes, my mom is always here, you know what I mean, supporting me every fight, so yes.
Okay, one last question. မြန်မာပရိသတ်တီကိုမြန်မာလူနဲ့နိုင်ငံတကာနဲ့အားပေးနေတဲ့မြန်မာပရိသတ်တီကိုပေါ့နော်မြန်မာလူနဲ့ဗာစကားလေးတစ်ခုဗာများပြောချင်လဲ
မြန်မာပရိသတ်တွေအကုန်လုံးတို့ကျွန်တော်အရင်ဝန်တာပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ကိုအားပေးရတဲ့လူတွေလည်းကျွန်တော်ဝန်တာပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်အကောင်းဆုံးကြိုးစားမယ်ပြီးရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့UFC ကပ်ကိုယူမယ်
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joshua, over here.
Hey.
You just mentioned how important it is for you to represent your country and also Houston. But what does it mean for you to represent the new era of fighters? Because you will be the first fighter born in the 2000s to fight for the title belt.
Yeah, it feels great to represent the younger generation, you know what I mean? Like, look at that shit, like the 20s, you know what I mean? The first guy to born in the 2000s, that's history too, you know what I mean? So now I'm just feeling like every time I fight, there's history, the new history and things like that. So I feel great.
And some people have questioned how fast that you have climbed to the title shot. Do you think this fight against Pantoja is the right moment to prove people that you are exactly where you're meant to be?
Yes, I feel like this is the right time, the perfect timing, you know what I mean? So, because mentally and physically, I'm prepared.
Thank you, Joshua.
Josh, one more. Just because I know people are going to bring it up, you called Pantoja the GOAT at flyweight, and people are obviously going to kind of clip that and say, oh, what about DJ? Some people think he's the greatest fighter in any weight class. So I guess why do you consider Pantoja the GOAT over Demetrius Johnson?
Well, I started watching UFC fight after 2017, so like I don't really see Demetrius Johnson fight, so you know what I mean, all I see is Pantoja. And you know what I mean, when he got the belt, that was when I made my debut and things like that, so you know, I was kind of used to seeing him at the top, so you know, that's why I say he's the greatest of all time. Thank you.
Don and myself, it's our pleasure to present to Piotr's 50-time perfect test history jacket. He's been part of the program for over 8 years now. That's 365 days times 8 years that he's been held responsible and accountable for where he's at. Piotr's a great reflection of the international aspect of our program. He at times lives and trains in Russia, Thailand, Abu Dhabi, Florida, And no matter where he's at, he or his team are responsible for reporting where he's at so he can be tested. Along those lines, he actually, along with Merab, was tested here yesterday at APEX. And so a great example of no matter where you're at, no matter what you have going on in your life, if a tester comes, you drop everything and provide a sample. So Petr, congratulations. It's our pleasure to present you with this jacket. Thank you for being a role model and example of a clean UFC. Congrats, man.
Petr, front right here. Right. You know, I guess we'll start with like, how's just camp been this time preparing for Merab? Because, you know, we've heard you in various interviews, you know, you weren't maybe 100% for that first one. So I guess now, several years later, how was camp this time preparing for him?
Во-первых, хотят спросить про лагерь. Первый вопрос насчет лагеря. Ты говорил в некоторых интервью, что для первого боя ты не совсем был готов, потому что были травмы. В этот раз пару лет прошло. Как прошел лагерь?
Мой лагерь прошел отлично. Я прекрасно себя чувствую. И я сам в ожидании субботы для того, чтобы показать, на что я способен.
My camp went really great. I feel great. And right now, myself, I cannot wait until Saturday to show what I can really do.
You know, when you guys first fought, he wasn't the champion yet. So after experiencing him there for 5 rounds, did you think he would reach the title? Not just reach it, but win the title? And did you think it would take you this long and to get the rematch that I assume you wanted right away?
Первый раз, когда вы дрались, он еще не был чемпионом, но у тебя была возможность прочувствовать его все 5 раундов. С тех пор, понятное дело, он стал чемпионом, защитил пояс. Думал ли ты, что тебе так долго займет добраться обратно на возможность с ним биться?
Безусловно, Мераб проделал огромную работу своими победами, доказав, что он является одним из сильнейших в нашем дивизионе. Также мои поединки показали, что я заслуженно являюсь претендентом номер 1 для того, чтобы провести наш бой-реванш.
You know, it's no question about the fact that Merab is a great warrior, that he showed with his fights that he is a deserving champion, that he deserves to be where he's at. But I also want to say that with my fights and with my performances, I showed that there is no other clear number 1 contender as opposed to me. So I deserve to be the number 1 contender, and I'm ready and able to fight for this title.
This is your 3rd rematch you've had in your career with Magomedov and then Aljamain, and now you're rematching Merab. I guess, did you take anything away from preparing for those 2 rematches that, you know, you can use in this camp, like the adjustments you made going into the second fight?
Это уже 3-й реванш в твоей карьере. С Магомедовым был, с Алджо был. Из подготовки для реванша ты что-то извлек, что помогло тебе в подготовке на этот реванш?
Я думаю, что мы оба имеем гораздо больше информации друг о друге, чем первое противостояние. Если взять мой реванш с Магомедовым, взять мой реванш со Стерлингом, 100% в реванше я был лучше. И, безусловно, в эту субботу я уверен, что реванш с Мерабом, он будет таким же.
Obviously, we have a lot of information that we've downloaded about each other. We know each other better. But if you look at my first 2 rematches, you know, with Magomedov and Sterling, you could see that I was 100% better in the second fight. So I'm determined to make sure that I'm much better in the second fight against Merab.
Я также считаю, что в реванше я победил Стерлинга. Вот эти вот его пересидки за спиной немножко сломали картину боя, но я уверен, что в том поединке я тоже одержал победу.
I'm sure that I also won the rematch against Sterling. This whole sitting behind the back, the dragging out the fight, all of that. But I'm sure that I got the victory in that fight as well.
There was a bit of bad blood between you and Merab.
Вы понимаете, я прилетаю через всю планету, дерусь дома с тем же Стерлингом, с тем же Мерабом. Просто представить, сколько пролетел километров и конкурировать у них дома. Конечно же, для меня это гораздо сложнее.
Just think about this. I flew across the entire planet. I come back to rematch Sterling or Merab in their home, in their hometown. Everything's against me. Just think about how much pressure that is. Just think how hard it is. Obviously, it's much harder for me than it is for them.
У нас было шоу в Таиланде. Мы должны были быть там тренерами с Мерабом. Он много писал, ему уже купили билеты, но в конечном итоге он просто испугался и не приехал. Вместо себя отправил Стерлинга. Я его месяц мучил.
There was a show that we were supposed to shoot in Thailand where both myself and Merab were supposed to be coaches. He wrote a lot, he texted a bunch, he said whatever. They actually bought a ticket for him, but at the very end he got scared, didn't come out, and sent Sterling instead of him. And so I was there for a month just you know, big brothering Sterling.
How was that experience with Aljamain? Are you guys cool now?
Как этот опыт с Алджо там вообще? Вы нормально сейчас?
Все нормально. Алджо нормальный парень.
All is good. He's a cool kid.
So you mentioned, you know, you felt a little pressure flying across the country fighting Merab and Aljamain in their backyard, but you have to do that again this time. So do you...
Он один сегодня вопросы будет задавать, что ли?
Are you the only one who's going to ask questions today or what?
Do you still feel the same pressure from those first couple title fights you had in Las Vegas compared to this time around?
Сказал, что на тебе больше давления, что тебе сложнее подходить к этому, потому что тебе нужно было лететь через всю планету. Чувствуешь ли ты какое-то давление сейчас к подходу к этому бою, потому что в прошлый раз тебе тоже нужно было это делать? Что ты извлек из этого?
Блин, если честно, мне хочется улыбаться. Я прекрасно себя чувствую. Я не знаю, с чем это связано, но у меня хорошее настроение. Вот. Если бы только Леха иногда его не портил.
To be honest, I just want to smile. I'm in a great mood. I feel great. I mean, I don't feel pressure. I want to fight, and I really just, I'm in a good mood, except that one teammate of mine, Lecha, that keeps on constantly souring it.
Он всегда очень серьезный, и на протяжении этой недели я ему говорю: брат, надо улыбаться, улыбайся.
He's always way too serious, and this whole week I'm telling him, smile, dude, you gotta smile, brother.
Just last one for me. Talk to me about the jacket you got, the 50 clean test. I guess, what are the emotions after getting that? Seems like obviously a big accomplishment.
Проговори, пожалуйста, про куртку, в которой ты сейчас сидишь. Для тебя это достаточно большое достижение. Какие ощущения?
Брат, ты посмотри, как она села на меня, как родная просто. А?
Look at me. Look at the way I look at it. It's sitting on me like it's made for me. Look at it.
Petr, curious, how much more satisfying is winning this UFC title going to be compared to the fight with Jose Aldo, which is, you know, a vacant title and everything, getting your revenge here, everything you've been through? Is this going to be more satisfying than the first UFC title win?
Насколько больше это получит удовлетворение выиграть этот реванш сейчас здесь по сравнению с тем боем, который ты когда ты дрался против Алдо? Для тебя это вернуться опять сюда, закрыть свое поражение и забрать пояс у того человека, которому ты проиграл?
100% этот поединок, он гораздо важнее для меня, для всего сообщества. Вот. Для меня очень важно вернуться и показать, на что я способен.
100%. This is a way more important fight for myself, for the entire team, for everybody who's with me. It's important for me to come back and to really show what I can do.
What's just your perspective on Merab's very busy year here, the 4 camps, the 4 title fights? How is that going to impact what version of him shows up on Saturday, if at all?
Что вообще можешь сказать про то, что Мераб уже 4 лагеря прошел, 4 раза дрался в этом году, у него был очень занятой год. Насколько это повлияет на его выступление в субботу, ты думаешь?
А где все поединки Мераба проходили? Напомните, пожалуйста.
Can you remind me where all of those fights were, all the Merab fights were?
Some of them were here. They were here, weren't they? All of them?
Многие из них здесь. По-моему, все они были здесь.
Все поединки были здесь, в Вегасе.
All of the fights were here in Vegas.
В Лос-Анджелесе в начале года дрался с Умаром.
One in Los Angeles with Umar.
Right.
Los Angeles, how many hours need flight to Los Angeles?
4 hours drive.
Okay, it's home too, да?
4 часа.
Это тоже дома.
Same thing as
Я
fighting
думаю,
at
что
home.
дома можно драться каждые выходные. Реально, на заднем дворе у себя он дерется. Живет здесь дерется 4 раза. Я когда подписал контракт с UFC в 2018 году, за год провел 5 поединков. Если бы эти все 5 поединков проходили у меня дома, я бы 10 провел боев.
It's very easy to fight in your backyard. Here or Los Angeles, it's the same thing. You know, it's basically like fighting at home. You can fight at home every single weekend. In your backyard, you can fight all the time. When I signed the contract in 2018, I had 5 fights that year as well, and they were not at home. If I could fight at home every one of those fights, I could fight 10 times that year.
Петя, вопрос у меня. В Таиланде ты сделал подарок Стерлингу, подарил ему статуэтку Оскара. Подготовил ли ты какой-нибудь подарок Мерабу?
When you fought in Los Angeles, you fought Sterling and you gave him an Oscar as a present. Do you have anything prepared for Merab this time around?
Ну вот хотелось бы для Мераба тоже вот такое колено подарить.
I would really love to give him a gift of my knee.
Считаешь ли ты его считают одним из величайших чемпионов в вашем весе в 61 килограмм? Считаешь ли ты сам так?
Do you agree that he's one of the greatest champions in your weight and 61 kgs? Do you also respect him and do you also regard him as the greatest champion?
Безусловно, он проделал отличную работу, доказав своими боями, что он один из сильнейших в истории в 61 килограмм.
No questions. He done all the work and did all the proof to show that he is one of the greatest in 61 kgs.
Будет глупо, если я буду недооценивать или говорить, что это не так. Факты, они сами говорят за себя, да, и наоборот для меня это огромная мотивация, огромная серьезность, чтобы быть мотивированным, собранным и готовым к этому бою на 100%.
It would be silly for me to try and say that that's not the case, to try and take away from his accomplishment. No, the facts are facts. If you look at paper, he is one of the greatest. But for me, that's also a motivation, something that shows me that I need to push myself further and show what I can do.
Представляете, в субботу No Mercy побьет такого Мераба. Каково это будет мне, а?
Imagine this Saturday, No Mercy beats this great Merab. What would I feel like, huh?
Петр, приветствую тебя. В начале своей карьеры в UFC ты провел 4 боя за 8 месяцев и 5 боев за 11,5 месяцев. То есть твой темп был даже выше, чем
Брат, а ты что, ты с часов читаешь, что ли?
Брат, так вышло.
Да? На часы смотрю.
Технология. Чувствовал ли ты какой-то спад на 4-м своем бою из-за своего вот этого бешеного темпа, и как чувствовал себя уже в 5-м бою, вот в последнем бою?
At the beginning of your career, in the first year of your career, you did 4 fights in 8 months, and then eventually did 5 fights in a matter of 11 and a half months. So technically, your pace was actually even greater than that of Merab. But after the 4th fight, or during the 4th fight, did you feel yourself slowing down, or kind of feel yourself weaker after all that preparation?
Нет, я чувствовал себя отлично. Это был первый год моего попадания в UFC, вот вся эта новая история. Плюс у меня 2 голодных менеджера было. Я был первым бойцом, который был в UFC. Правильно я говорю, Саят? Вот. Дэнни тоже здесь находится, он молчит, он сейчас является менеджером Мераба. Вот. Но они были очень голодные, они меня толкали просто на каждый турнир. И я думаю, что если была возможность на 6-м турнире подраться, они бы меня и на 6-й турнир отправили.
No, to be honest, I felt really great. It was just the beginning of my career. I was the first in the UFC, so I had 2 really hungry managers, both Sayat and Danny. He's sitting here right now. He's kind of quiet right now because he also manages Merab, but he was hungry back then, and they were pushing me into any UFC events they could stick me in. I'm sure there was a 6-1 that year. They would put me in the 6-1 that year as well.
Just if you're very high on obviously Merab's skills and have praised him as a champion here, do you feel?
Danny, brother, I with you too, brother. You legend.
Right here. Do you feel if you win this fight, it's going to have to be an immediate trilogy fight with Merab, given everything he's done as a champion?
Если ты побеждаешь в субботу, стоит ли сразу сделать 3-й бой между вами, завершающий бой, потому что он так много всего добился, он такой хороший чемпион, ты всегда говоришь, что ты уважаешь то, что он сделал, поэтому заслуживает ли он сразу же реванша?
Знаете, если забегать вперед, то, безусловно, я считаю, что Мераб достоин будет любого реванша, который он захочет, который, я думаю, что и UFC его в этом поддержит в случае моей победы. И я думаю, что это будет крутая трилогия.
You know, if you look ahead, I think that Merab deserves any rematch that he wants, whether he calls it out or the UFC calls it out. And I think that he deserves a rematch. And if I do win, I think that it would be a really cool trilogy to put that third fight together.
And what do you just think of the bantamweight fights made next month at UFC 324 between Sean O'Malley and Song Yadong, and then Davidson Figueiredo and Umar Nurmagomedov? Who do you believe wins those?
Мысли про ребят, которые будут драться в первом событии в 2026 году. Омели, Мераб, Сонг Юдонг, все эти ребята. Что думаешь про эти бои?
Ну, это все ребята, которых я побил. Блин, что я о них могу думать сейчас? Хочется, чтобы что-то менялось там.
It's all the guys that I've beaten already. I mean, what can I tell you about it? I mean, I want something to change in the division.
Just kind of going along that note, obviously, I know you and a lot of people feel like you beat Sean O'Malley when that fight did happen. So, built or not, is that one that you'd like to get back regardless before you call it one day?
Я знаю, что ты это говоришь. Многие считают, что ты победил тот бой против Омели. Выиграл, проиграл, неважно. Хотел ли бы ты реваншироваться с ним?
Ну, сейчас я сфокусирован на своем поединке. Я не думаю там о Омели. Честно сказать, нет желания. Опять же, я не делаю бои. Это организовывает матчмейкинг, UFC. Если будет такое предложение, то моя задача делать свою работу.
You know, right now I'm focused on my fight ahead of me on this Saturday. But to be honest, there's not like a need or a desire specifically to fight him again. Again, I'm going to say it. I'm not the one who puts the fights together. The UFC does it. The matchmakers do it. If such opportunity presents, if that's what they come with me, we'll think about it. We'll look at it.
game plan, I could potentially do 4 title fights this year. Here we are on the verge of the 4th one. Is it almost like shocking to you a little bit that this all happened so perfectly?
Yeah, that was my goal, to be busy this year, and thank you UFC to make this one happen, because I was willing to fight 4 times this year, and it's happening. Yeah, we are in 5 weeks. Today is Wednesday. All I have to do is make weight and be happy after.
Yes. How is the weight cut going? Because we already see everyone, they're dissecting your interviews. They're wondering how you're looking and how you're feeling. Can you share with us?
It's never easy. It's always tough, you know. It's mental game, but I've been worse feeling on Wednesday, but today, you know, I'm good. I feel good. You know. Yeah, but I'll be fine.
What throughout camp, what have been the upsides and the downsides of doing this, being able to build off all your work, but obviously it's a lot of work on your body?
Yeah, I have no problem with work, training, to be disciplined. Everything was, yeah, even I had some little injuries, but no problem. I'm dealing with this. I don't complain. You know, nobody knows. Like I don't really complain with, other than I tell UFC doctors, you know. Yeah, only hard part is for me weight cut, you know. But I'm good.
What is your goal in this fight? Because you couldn't have beat Peter in a more dominant way last time around, right? The pressure's on you, I guess, a little bit to match that performance. What do you need to do to make it better this time?
I mean, I'm looking for finish him. It's gonna be tough because nobody ever finish him. But yeah, I wanna win against him. You know, just it's another win. And of course, it's gonna be record in 4th fight wins this year. And it's another win in UFC, and every win is important for me, important for my country and my team, and you know, I want to show good fights UFC fans, and you know, I want to even, you know, last fight between me and Peter was good, but I want to do even better fight and keep improve, you know, like I'm keep improving every time.
I believe the last fight was in the small cage, right? And this one will be the full-size octagon. Is that going to impact things at all? And does that favor you or him?
I don't know, actually, to be honest, because yes, it was in small octagon, and who knows? Who knows? I'm a fighter, and long as it's a cage and it's not open mats, I'm doing good. You know, I will always find the wall, and I will always press my opponent, pressure, and you know, I will find a way to win.
How happy does it make you just to see all the activity in the bantamweight division right now? Some huge fights made for next month. Going to line up contenders. Ayman Zahabi's out there saying he wants you.
Yeah.
No shortage of fights to come up for you next year, right?
Yes, I'm excited yeah, Zahabi is coming from a long winning streak, which is good. Yeah, Song Yadong has fight against Sean O'Malley. I mean, if Yadong wins somehow, it's gonna, I mean, of course, I'm cheering for Sean O'Malley, but if Yadong wins, then okay, I would like to fight him too. And then there is other guys then who has other fights too, and then if they win, like, and then I will, you know, I will have an ex-contender. But me, first, I'm focusing on Petr Yan. I don't overlook him. You know, he's a top challenger. You know, not every fight goes same way. You know, one mistake can change everything. And I realized that danger from Petr Yan. I know he's, you know, he's dangerous, and it's a fight. You know, hopefully I'm gonna win this, and you know, like you said, and we have more contenders. That's good.
Yeah, and just last one for me. If you do win this fight, it'll be 15 in a row in the UFC for you. The record is Islam and Anderson Silva at 16, but what would that mean to you, I guess, to put yourself up there with the greatest winning streaks in UFC history?
Yeah, that would be great resume on my record, and yeah, that will be good, perfect. Like that's gonna make me even more feel better. You know, this is, I was just dreamed to fight UFC, and I don't know if I will ever come this far, but now I'm keep going and keep improving and breaking records, and this feels good for sure.
We're up right here.
Yes.
In your first fight with Petr, you know, there was a lot of bad blood. There was the pushing on the scales and everything. He was up here earlier, and he was much more complimentary of you. He said, you know, you are the best bantamweight ever, and even if you lose to anyone, you probably deserve an immediate rematch against anyone you want. So I guess is the issues with you resolved now that you did fight him for all those rounds?
Yeah, that time it was more personal fight for me. Now it's more competition, because, we fought once already, and then I beat him now. Every time he was fighting, I was cheering for him, and I look his Instagram. He's a great father, as a fighter, he was always a good fighter, The only problem I had with him, he was bully, he was talking trash about me, about Aljo, our team, and he was he was just not give us respect, and that was the problem. But now it's all good, doesn't matter what, I will shake his hand and wish him best for his life.
He joked that you were too afraid to go do the reality show with him in Thailand that Aljamain did. So I guess why didn't you do the show with him?
I just win fight against, I believe it was Sean O'Malley, and I was just fresh champion, and this reality show it was in Thailand with the crazy fighters, and I was willing to go, but and then a lot of people told me to it was, I don't know, I ended up don't go, and my friend Aljamain is telling go there, and then I wasn't not scared, I was, not scared, but I ended up not go there because there is it was some situation else there, something, and then that's why I don't ended up go, but but they offered me a lot of money. It was hard to say no.
So Aljamain got the money then.
But and then I guess they need me. They offered me more money, and then It was a little bit disappointed. They don't give same money. Aljamain style. It was crazy. But even Aljo take last minute. Aljo saved them.
Yeah. And then just last one for me. I remember after your last win, you kind of pointed at Mario Bautista could be a contender, and then you said now Song Yadong and could be a contender, and you've always wanted to fight Figueiredo, but they keep matching them with people you've already fought. Do you wish the UFC would stop matching these fresh faces against guys you've already beaten? Because Umar is now knocking off potential contenders.
No, that's cool. Of course, division keep going, and the Mario Bautista was coming at, I believe, 8 winning streak, and that's why I wanted to fight him because he looked very good. But now we all see he has I guess he can't get up, I guess, and then I guess he wasn't not the best, contender. But it's always good to division keep going, and we see what level they are, and of course division has to go, not waiting for me, and whoever UFC puts in front of me, I will fight. But of course I like to fight guys who's coming from long winning streak and who look very good and who makes me excited, and who make me to work hard, makes me motivated, for now Petr Yan make me motivated because he beat Davison Figueiredo, he beat Song Yadong, and he beat Marcus Magui very dominant way. So now he's the guy. Thank you.
Merab, over here. You were chosen to round out the pay-per-view era with this last ESPN card. Does that mean anything to you? And what do you look most forward to this new era with Paramount and for the sport?
Yeah, everything is mera, of course. It's gonna be cool to fight last pay-per-view event, and I feel like every fight I have, it's something special here. I fought at the Spear. I may fight at the White House. Everything is cool. And even just fight UFC. Even fight here at APEX. It's big for me. I'm grateful. And everything is mera. And then ESPN did very good work, and I love fight. ESPN.
Yeah, and you talked about just now, the difference between that first build-up with Petr Yan a couple years ago to now. In this stage of your career, holding the belt, do you prefer, this more, respectful build-up, or do you often enjoy when maybe a fighter lights, a little fire under your eyes?
No, I never like this make dramatic or something, you know. It's a fight. We are professional fighters, and people will watch anyways, you know. We don't have to, you know, like it was one guy, the spoiled guy who called me after our fight. He said, "Oh, Merab, like, don't post picture of me. It was just we just build the fight." Or I'm like, bro, why you did this? You know, you don't need to do this. And then he's also like his assistant or his some kind of guy also called me that it was. They told me word I wanna. It was. They said this is. What's the word? I forget. But I don't like this, man. You know, people, MMA fans will watch our fights anyway. And if it's not organic, why we have to disrespect each other or something? I never like this. But whatever was like, it was real. You know, it was real. And I'm a real guy. I don't. Maybe I joke, whatever. But it's, you know. But joke is joke. But like, I don't like to talk trash for no reason. And I don't like to somebody disrespect me for no reason.
Merab Dvalishvili. Last week there was a successful MMA event held in Georgia. Do you think this can be an indication that Georgia is ready to host an UFC event?
Absolutely, yeah. It was impressive how this new MMA organization did this great MMA event, and of course this shows that Georgia has a big potential. Like this 10,000 arena was full of the people, and great. They give us great show, and a lot of Georgian young talents. If we make UFC Georgia, if it's gonna happen, these guys will fight in UFC in Georgia, and it's gonna open doors for a lot of Georgian fighters to in UFC. You know, if this gonna happen, like UFC Georgia, it happens. Yeah.
Perfect. Merab, on the countdown, you said every brand is trying to sponsor you. Free cars, free clothes, free watches. So what does Champion spend money on today?
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, just I'm paying taxes here in America, and and just yeah, I have a couple mortgages here. That's it, like, you know, and of course, like, yeah, pretty much I don't spend like crazy money, like, for like, yeah.
Thank you, Merab. წარმატებები რეკორდის დამხობაში. შაბათს.
მადლობა დიდი. Kaifa.
Hi, Merab. Thank you so much for your time. In your first fight with Yan, your pressure as well as your pace made a huge difference. What adjustments, if any, have you prepared for in this rematch?
Yeah, I'm keep telling myself I have to keep a same mindset and same pressure, you know, which is gonna be hard. Like now, I'm like, I think like now Petr Yan will be more aggressive and more pressure, and me feel like I will be more technical and more skill. And but same time I have to be mad to about him, which is I don't know. Let's see. First, I'm focusing to make weight, and I'm gonna think about this Friday in like Saturday's plans. You know, like right now I'm just relaxed. You know, I just saw Peter outside, and I said, "Hey, Peter, how are you?" You know, like nice warm hello to him.
That's beautiful. And I know you mentioned your technicality, that you're focusing on that. What did you learn from the first fight with Yan that carries into this rematch?
Peter is kind of like bully fighter. If he make you walk your back, and he will throw you a punch, it makes you relax, and it make you like a bully, he will destroy you. So, and you have to bully him back. You know, you have to don't give him a chance, and you have to just, you know, just you have to be mad to fight him. You know, that's what I learned.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Merab, over here.
Hello.
Hi, Merab. You just mentioned how important it is for you to represent your country and also to bring the UFC to Georgia. do you have any plan on your mind for the future to promote the younger fighters from Georgia, or any project that you maybe can be thinking in the future to promote them?
Of course, absolutely. You know, I'm Georgian, and I will always support my country, and I will always help Georgian MMA fighters wherever I can to promote them or help them to get UFC or wherever I can. You know, I'm working on some projects now, and then soon everybody will see good news about this. And yeah, wherever I can, I will always help my country or my Georgian MMA fighters.
And now thinking about the division, how many challenges do you think that you have left on the 135 pounds, or do you see close to going up on the 145, considering that you have Aljo there on that division?
Yes, right now I'm focusing on 135 belt, and of course there is challenges now, and then there is other fights, and we will have more contenders. And like I said, first I have to win fight against Petr Yan, and we go from there. Who will be best? That I will fight the best. You know, like I know I look like unstoppable, but it's a fight. You know, like I don't want to. You know, like I just want to focus step by step. You know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, let's have a fun fight week, and I'm sure December 6th will be a great show for everyone. Let's go.
All right, we got one more for you today. Our last recipient of the day of the 50-time perfect test history jacket, Alexandre Pantoja. And we were looking this morning, he is the 85th recipient in the history of this program. However, if you look at those 85 recipients, I think you can count on one hand those that were in the conversation for the greatest to ever do it in their weight class, and certainly Pantoja is. And that's really rarefied air. And what that shows is not only can you be great, but you could potentially be the best of all time doing it the right way, doing it with integrity, doing it with credibility, following the rules, and that's as impressive as you can get in professional sports, and I think as unique as you can get in professional sports. So Pantoja, congratulations. We're real proud of you. Thank you for everything you do to set a great example for everybody, kids, other fighters, professional athletes, and continued success in your career. Appreciate it.
You guys good? Oh. Alexandre, right in the front right here. Before we get into the fight, I have to ask about the jacket. I guess how proud of you to get that 50 test jacket and become the 85th athlete?
I feel so happy because I think when you talk about the doping test and all that stuff, when you're thinking about we fight with another man and it's very dangerous if you're someone like use steroids or stuff like that to get better performance in the octagon, you know. That's very dangerous sport, you know, and especially if you thinking about use some substance to get advantage about that, you know. And that's why I think that's very important. You have like a very secured control about the steroids and everything you can use, you know. It's very important to make this sport clean, you know, because when you fight in the octagon, you can take someone live, you know, and I will respect everybody make this sport clean.
What's the most annoying place that they've showed up to take it, like the test, like the drug test you have to take? Like it's always random, so I guess what's the weirdest place they've shown up?
He go to my city in Arraial do Cabo, like 3 hours from the capital, Rio de Janeiro. I never believed someone can go there, and I've been very surprised when see the guys knock my door there.
Looking at Josh, I guess what do you make of him as an opponent? Because you already got to face off with him. He's coming off of what many people consider the best fight of the year. You finally kind of get a fresh opponent that's not a rematch. So just overall, what do you make of Josh's skill set in there?
He's looking amazing, you know. 2025 is a great year for him, you know. What a good journey, you know. And I think he's a very inspiring a lot of this young generation, you know. A lot of guys seeking the UFC belts not too far. You feel like if you make a very good work, you know. And Josh make that, you know. I think this is going to inspire a lot of guys from this new generation, especially the guys born in 2000. And I feel happy to face off someone like a very young and hungry like him.
he was in here and he said that your past opponents give you too much respect in the octagon. Like they kind of play into your game, and he's not going to be that. He's going to only focus on himself and be fearless in there. So I guess what type of fight are you expecting from Josh?
I expect the best one. You know, when you talk about to fight for the belt, I have the chance to fight for the belt one more time. You know, that's my mindset all the time. You know, I not go Saturday night to defend anything. I go to conquer another belt. And when you fight for the belt, you need thinking about you in the prime time. You know, and I finished a lot of guys to make this moment happen for me, you know, and I know I'm gonna fight with the best, Josh Avan. And when you look back, when he fight to Royval, he just have 2 weeks short notes. I know I'm gonna fight with someone much better to fight with the Royval that night. You know, he have a full camp for me. He have so much things to adjust, but at the same time, that's very good for me because I know who's my next opponent. After my fight with the Kaikara France, he's stepping inside of the octagon, and I already know who's my next opponent, you know. And I really respect Josh Avan, and that's why I'm training so much. I'm involved a lot in these 2 years. I don't leave the gym. A lot of guys ask me to be more social media and a lot of stuff like that, but I like to work in the gym, you know. I want to beat the pound for pound. I want to be the best fighter of the world, you know. And it's very tough I conquer that because you have a lot of good champions right now, you know. You have Makhachev, Merab, Topuria, Shimaev, Pereira, Volkanovski, so many great guys, you know. I think that's the best time to be a UFC fan. But in the same time, it's very hard to fighters get this #1 position.
Well, I was going to ask about that. Do you feel like you're overlooked in the pound-for-pound rankings, considering how long you've been a champion in your division?
I think everybody's so great in this ranking, you know. A lot of guys have good points, you know. You see Shimaev on the feet, Topuria, Makhachev, like I look unstoppable, Merab. And I feel very happy to be part of that club, you know, the best guys, the best fighter of the world, you know. And what I want Saturday night is prove I'm the best one. And that's what I try to follow, you know. That's one of my goals.
Josh was in here, and he said he considers you the greatest flyweight of all time because when he started MMA, Demetrius Johnson had already left the UFC. So he's only ever watched you fight because you were fighting for the belt when he joined the UFC. So I guess what do you make of him ranking you above DJ in the all-time flyweights?
I appreciate, you know. I think he said that because he tried to beat me. And when you try to beat the best one, you now is the #1, you know. He's a very smart kid, you know. I hear a lot what he's talking about. He have very good mindset, the same mindset I have. And that's amazing because he's so young and keep that strong mind. I know I'm going to face off with one of the best, but DJ has his own legacy, you know. He makes so great things for us. That's why I'm here today, because DJ opened the way, they opened the door for us. My fight dream is with DJ, but it's not gonna happen. And just thinking about myself right now, what can I do? And I have so much things to do in this division yet, you know. Defend this belt, one of that. And I just look to Josh Avan. He's the next.
And just last one for me. I know you've been asked about Kyoji quite a bit, but Tatsuro Taira was just back here too, and he says he thinks if he becomes the first person to finish Brandon Moreno, he should be the one to get the next title shot. So I guess what do you make of the division as a whole? It seems like there's a lot of fresh new faces for you to fight.
That's amazing, you know. Amazing time to flyweight. We did an amazing job. All the guys from flyweight division. I think right now, flyweight division can be one of the best division in UFC. So entertainment, you know, have so much great fighters. You can rank top 1 to top 15, all good names. And especially right now, in the end of the year, you have so great fighters, you know. You have Kyoji Gucci Tagir, amazing fighting. You have the same night Moreno and Tatsuro. You have Royval and Manel Cape. a lot of things can change in this end of the year, and it's so special grab this belt in times like that for my division.
In the back, way back here. Earlier this week, UFC showed some footage they captured of your sons giving you some inspirational messages. And I believe it was the oldest one who said to you, don't be afraid of success. And basically he's repeating those words back to you. What does that mean to you to have now your children old enough to really be aware of what it is that you do and for them to understand the power of your words?
I saw the video, and all the time I saw this video, my eyes come with the water. And it's so special to be a father of my 2 kids, you know. That's the best title I have in my life. And we're talking about don't be afraid of the success. It's about you work very hard to conquer something. But in the same time, your mind try to block you and maybe put you down, you know. But if you make everything to make this possible, don't be afraid of the success. That's the word, you know. And I think you can use this in all positions in your life, you know. When you have a tough challenge and you prepare yourself for that moment, don't afraid of the success, you know. If you work very hard for get that, you're gonna take the victory, you know. And that's the best thing I have in my life. That's the best title I have in my life be a dad.
I know when you told me last week, you're kind of looking at this as old school versus new school, and Joshua didn't like those comments. He thinks it's actually kind of taking away from yourself because it makes it seem like maybe you're on the way out as opposed to at the very top, and he wants full credit. I'm just curious what you think of that and him kind of taking issue in your framing of this fight.
I talk about that, you know. Joshua is a smart guy, you know. It's not a kid, he's a guy. And he has very strong mindset, and he put this in the table, you know. He don't want to talk about this difference about the years, the age, the generation, because he think he can beat me, and if he did that, he don't want people say because Pantoja is past, he's old right now, you know. He's smart. He choose very smart his words, and I'm happy for that because I know I'm gonna face off one of the best guys. Someone's very ready for that moment, you know. When I have 24, I'm too far about this moment, and he make, you know, but I'm not ready to leave my belt, you know. I have opportunity to one more time get the chance to be the best flyweight in the world, and Saturday night I'm win.
And he has his chance at history, right? He can be the first fighter born in the 2000s to win a UFC title, but I guess that's something that could be a positive on your end too, right? You can shut down a new generation fighter that's, you know, challenging for the gold in this era.
That's good, you know, because I feel this similar mindset, mine, Joshua, you know. I think when you bring all that for you, you can see your opponent is a tough opponent, you know. That's why you train a lot in the gym, you know. If I think it's not kind of like he's not in my level or things like that, maybe I not like put a lot of work in the gym, you know. And I think that mindset make a great fighters, you know. And that's my mindset. Like he's young, he's hungry. He don't make a lot of wars like I did before, and I think he's look fresh, and this can help him. I put a lot of things to make my opponents bigger than me, you know. And then when I go to the octagon, I try to beat the guy.
Alexandre, bom dia. Você já defendeu o seu título 4 vezes. Quais foram os sacrifícios personais que precisavam fazer para manter no topo? E que mensagem você deixa para os jovens que sonham em chegar a seu nível?
Em português?
Yeah.
Depois de defender o título 4 vezes, eu tenho treinado ainda mais. Eu não saio de casa para fazer qualquer coisa. Eu procuro estar muito concentrado. Eu acho que eu aprendi muito. Eu virei um atleta muito melhor depois que eu conquistei o cinturão. Eu acho que o sacrifício maior é sobre isso. Não é sobre o que eu tenho feito, mas o que eu tenho deixado de fazer também. Eu tenho deixado de curtir muitos momentos com a minha família, de estar em lugares com meus filhos, para estar focado 100%. Eu estou com 35 anos agora, eu não tenho tempo nenhum para perder. Eu quero aproveitar muito o tempo que eu tenho agora. Eu me sinto no topo da minha carreira. Então, eu acho que tudo isso tem me ajudado a ser um lutador melhor. Eu entender que eu não tenho tempo para perder, que eu tenho que ser um atleta melhor, que eu tenho que cuidar mais da minha dieta, que eu tenho que cuidar bem do meu sono, que eu tenho que cuidar bem do meu corpo. Eu acho que tudo isso tem me ajudado a ser um lutador melhor. Isso eu vejo na academia, eu tenho treinado melhor. E eu acho que isso vai se refletir dentro do octógono. Eu acho que essa é a mensagem, né? Eu acho que tanto você um pouco mais velho ou mais novo, você tem que entender que o tempo agora conta muito. Então, tudo que você está fazendo agora vai refletir no futuro. Eu tenho dedicado muito do meu tempo, da minha vida, para ser um lutador melhor. E eu acho que esse é o melhor conselho que eu posso dar.
Se você defender o cinturão mais uma vez, como você define o seu legado na divisão? E o que te motiva mais, ser o melhor peso mosca da história ou dominar enquanto poder?
É isso que eu quero. Eu quero ser o melhor peso mosca da história, sem sombra de dúvida. Eu quero ser o melhor lutador do mundo. Eu quero o número 1 do pound for pound. É uma coisa que me motiva muito também. Eu acredito que se eu vencer no sábado, o que vai acontecer é que eu vou querer vencer de novo, né? Eu vou querer ir para a sexta defesa e, como eu falo, se eu vencer no sábado, no domingo eu já não sou mais campeão mundial. Eu vou querer a data e eu vou ter a data certa para saber quando que eu posso ser campeão mundial novamente.
Obrigada.
Obrigado.
Alexandre, just one. O Flamengo é campeão da Libertadores, tetracampeão. Como foi para você como flamenguista?
Foi muito bom, cara. É muito inspirador ver o Flamengo vencendo e como vem vencendo. É muito importante para o Brasil ter um time tão representativo como o Flamengo é. Um time que joga para todas as classes, né? Não só as classes mais pobres, mas todas as classes do Brasil. E o que eu gosto de ressaltar do Flamengo sempre é que o Flamengo primeiro cuidou da casa, né? Ele pagou as contas que devia e aí ele conseguiu estruturar bem o time. Eu acho que isso se reflete muito em qualquer posição na sua vida, né? Seja um time de MMA, seja qualquer outra coisa. Eu acho que você tem que cuidar primeiro do financeiro, fazer as coisas saudáveis e aí você depois consegue usufruir disso tudo. Thank you. No? One more?
Yeah. All right. What's your plan against Joshua Vance's very accurate and rapid punches?
Sorry?
Joshua Vance, he has record, in accurate punches and very accurate and very rapid. So do you have any plans for that?
My plans is secrets. But everybody know my style fight. When the fight start, I try to complete domination my opponent. That's what I try to do. My first fight to right now, and what I think is like I have a great opportunity Saturday night to face off one of the best fights of the world. That's what I want.
Okay, so does that mean you prepare different for Joshua Vance than other fighters before?
Of course, we know what the best skills Joshua Vance have. Everybody know about his boxing. Everybody know about his takedown defense. And that's a very good combo, And I know that, and then you can figure out what I try to do. But that's some position Joshua. I see Joshua talk about that. He don't have a game plan. When he go to the octagon, things happen. I share the same mindset. You can think a lot of things, but when, like Mike Tyson say, when you get the punch in the face, everything change. And I don't like put in my head a lot of game plans. I like to go there, feel the fight, and try to finish my opponent.
Okay. Last question. You mentioned Merab earlier. Will you ever consider going up, before you get older, will you ever consider going up 135 and challenge Merab or something?
Maybe when Merab retire, I try to go another bout, but Merab is too good, But I have a lot of respect for him. Me, my team, talking about that, but we need a lot of time to understand that, change my body to 135. Everybody watches Ellie Young when fight Valentina Shevchenko is complete different, you know, when the size difference.
Right.
And when you talk about the flyweight, bantamweight divisions, 10 pounds, a lot of difference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bam.
Brandon, right here, front, right here. What's up, man? I guess how's camp been? How's life been since the last time we saw you and ahead of this, the last big fight in the ESPN era?
Yes, brother. I mean, right now I feel amazing, Like, I've been training hard for this fight. I'm not super excited because it's an opportunity where I know getting the victory. I mean, at least for me, in my mind, it's going to be undeniable to get the title next. So right now, I have to be super focused on Tatsuro, but my motivation, my attitude, my mindset is super good right now.
A lot of fans and media have kind of labeled Taira as a future contender, like very early on in his career. So I guess when did he actually get on your radar?
I mean, and he's there, right? Like, he's been doing an amazing job since he arrived to the UFC. Obviously, he got a little problem with Royval, but then in his comeback, he looks amazing in his last performance. I don't have a specific moment when I start to see him like a possible opponent in the future. I don't remember the specific moment, but I just remember his performances and saying like, oh, this guy looks super tough, looks like super clean with the hands, amazing grappling, and here we are, right? Like getting an opportunity for the title.
He was in here, and I asked him this because a lot of fans also say your wins over Urseg and Albazi you've never looked better. Those are the most impressive wins of your career. So I guess he agreed, and I guess what's been different over the last couple fights that kind of have shown like this is the best Brandon Moreno we've seen?
Man, it's crazy, and I feel like I just find a new motivation in life. I was talking in other interviews. Before, like I was this close to retire when I fought against Brandon Royval, but after a time off with my family, with my wife, with my close circle, with my loved ones, I find I really love this sport. Mixed martial arts is amazing. I really love to throw punches with other fighter in the middle of the octagon with thousands of people. So that feeling is super good, and that's it. Right now, I feel amazing. I feel incredible. The people see it against Amir Albazi. The people see it against Steve Ursig. And right now, I feel like on my prime. I'm still young, but I have a lot of experience, and that's it.
He remembered a time that you and his coach got along because you both like Pokemon cards. Do you remember that time?
For sure, no. I mean, brother, it's crazy. Like, I was talking with media in Japan right now, and they asked me something about Pokemon cards. Like, hey, I love the culture. I love Japan. I love the anime. I love the food. And yeah, actually, they gave me a lot of good vibes before. Actually, they sent me Pokemon cards a year ago or something like that. But yeah, they've been super amazing. But this is part of the job, right? This is part of the journey. At the end, I know, like, winning or losing, we're gonna check hands and whatever. But man, I'm excited for this fight.
And you had mentioned earlier that a win over Tatsuro, title shot next. He seems to think he has to be the first one to finish you because Kyoji had such an impressive performance too. Do you agree that you have to have this big, impressive performance to kind of leapfrog him? Because Pantoja's already kind of talking about Kyoji as a possible next opponent.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel I had to put an amazing performance this weekend. It's a lot of different things I can't really control. I know Kyoji did an amazing job in his last performance. Manuel Cap is gonna fight next week, and maybe with a good performance, he's gonna be again in the conversation. Tatsuro is obviously right there. If he beat me, he can get the opportunity. I mean, the only thing I can really control right now is make an amazing statement this Saturday. Put my name super clear on the table for the UFC, and that's it. Enjoy with my family and wait for the next year.
And then last one for me, unrelated to your fight, but did you see that story of Connor going to Tijuana to go?
Man, that was insane. I saw that new in Instagram, and So, for example, if the people doesn't know, like in that area of Mexico, exists a lot of how you say in English, like shamans.
Shaman.
Shaman. A lot of. So I don't know if maybe you know guys like what specifically he did, but there in Mexico there's a lot of shamans, a lot of rituals, a lot of like pre-Hispanic rituals they do for the spirits. I don't know if he did something like that or he did something religious, but welcome to Tijuana. Enjoy. Hopefully he can enjoy some amazing tacos there because the best ones in the country, and that's it.
Apparently, it was like some ayahuasca type.
Yeah, a lot of shamans of that there in that part of Mexico. Let's go.
Brandon, por acá. En español, bueno, hablando de Tatsuro, es bastante técnico, bastante explosivo. ¿Qué faceta consideras tú que es más peligrosa de él y cómo planeas tú contrarrestarla?
Pues mira, obviamente ahorita hablo de la parte técnica, es muy buen grappling, manos decentes, manos buenas, buen striking. Pero creo que el superpoder que tiene ahorita, y lo veo también, por ejemplo, con peleadores como Van, o sea, esos peleadores jóvenes, la nueva sangre de la división, es que, o sea, sí, o sea, son jóvenes, no les importa, son valientes, van hacia enfrente, saben que tienen el tiempo de su lado, o sea, entonces Tatsuro está muy motivado, está fuerte, es valiente, ¿no? Lo vi en su pelea en contra de Brandon Royval, como, o sea, respondía como podía. A veces, y más que nada lo hacía con el grappling, por ahí si tenía que tirar golpes los tiraba, pero te digo, el tipo es valiente, quiere realmente llevarse la victoria y eso lo hace peligroso. Obviamente, yo... ¿Qué te puedo decir? Creo que mi carrera, creo que mis peleas hablan por mí mismo. O sea, no me da miedo intercambiar golpes con un ser humano, no me da miedo ir al suelo con quien sea, entonces estoy listo.
Muy bien, y mencionas algo importante que es esas dos facetas de tu carrera y cómo vemos ahora un Brandon mucho más maduro después de cuando estuviste a punto de decirle adiós a las de MMA. ¿Qué ha cambiado en tu motivación ahora?
Pues lo mencionaba ahorita un poquito en inglés, ¿no? O sea, pasé por momentos duros mentalmente, en el sentido de que te llegan estas vocecitas en la cabeza que dices, y ya no sé si sigo teniendo lo necesario para seguir compitiendo en alto nivel, tanto física, tanto mental. Pero me tomo un tiempito, estoy con mi familia, estoy con mis hijas, con mi esposa, y eso me ayuda a nada más a recordar, o sea, solamente recordar que amo el deporte, que me encanta estar aquí enfrente de miles de personas peleando, y que es un sentimiento increíble, que yo quisiera que de una u otra manera las personas tuvieran la oportunidad de sentir. Me siento privilegiado en ese aspecto. Entonces, pues nada, eso me devolvió el amor por el deporte.
Y también mencionas sobre el grappling o lo que puede presentar Tatsuro. En tu campamento tú has sido parte de Cristian Rivas, el ecuatoriano, mucha gente de Ecuador viendo pendiente de esto. ¿Cómo ha sido él, bueno, en qué ha sumado en tu entrenamiento para esta pelea?
Mira, Cristian es una persona que conozco ya desde 2022, si no me equivoco, que se sumó a mi equipo oficialmente. Y la verdad es que yo lo amo, ese cabrón. Es una persona bien buena onda, la verdad es que mi familia lo quiere mucho, siempre aporta muchísimo, porque aparte de la energía, técnicamente es buenísimo, es muy muy bueno, y ya poco a poco creo que pues, está mereciendo la oportunidad para entrar a las grandes ligas, para entrar a la UFC. Esperemos que 2026 sea su año y que se le dé muy buena lucha. Eso es lo que, por ejemplo, de la parte técnica, hablando técnicamente, me ha aportado mucho en la defensa de derribo, a los scrambles, a la pelea de posición, eso es lo que me ha ayudado muchísimo. Y fíjate que, o sea, ha mejorado muchísimo en el UFC Performance Institute de la Ciudad de México. Ha evolucionado mucho porque antes yo lo consideraba un peleador fuerte, pero hasta ahí, ¿sí me entiendes? Pero ahora mezcla muy bien la increíble técnica que tiene con su fuerza y eso lo hace muy peligroso. Entonces esperemos que 2026 le vaya muy bien.
La última de mi parte, bueno, si terminas levantando la mano al final del combate, no hay mucho daño, ¿te llama la atención ser parte de la cartelera de México para febrero?
Pues mira, todo depende. Al final del día yo ahorita tengo mis metas bien claras y pues creo que no debería de ser una sorpresa para nadie. O sea, yo quiero ser campeón, ¿sí me entiendes? Y de ganar este sábado, que sé que va a pasar, yo voy por el campeonato. O sea, si me dicen, hey, vas por el campeonato en febrero, yo lo hago. Pero yo sinceramente más que nada estoy buscando ya pelear por el título. Entonces, pues nada, vamos a ver cómo se acomodan las cosas.
Gracias, Brandon.
Gracias.
Brandon, aquí, ¿cómo estás? Gusto saludarte.
Gusto, hermano.
Brandon, en una conferencia, bueno, una de las conferencias de prensa en México dijiste que no había que dudar de ti porque eres un loco, que estás loco. ¿Qué nivel de locura traes este fin de semana?
El otro tipo que pelea está loco. Yo soy una persona muy normal, una persona muy amable, pero el Brandon que se sube a pelear, ese cabrón sí, mil respetos, yo no sé qué es lo que está pensando. Pues mira, es que vengo muy motivado, hermano. Vengo muy listo, vengo muy motivado. He estado haciendo las cosas muy bien. No he salido del gimnasio. Y específicamente este año, porque yo peleo en marzo y luego me dijeron que había posibilidad de pelear en junio. Me mantuve preparándome para junio. No se dio, pero luego me dijeron que había una posibilidad de pelear en septiembre, en noche UFC. Entonces me estuve preparando para eso. Tampoco se dio. Terminó siendo hasta este diciembre. Entonces, este año me preparé muchísimo. Es muy loco ver cómo, a pesar de que ya tengo mucho tiempo en el deporte, sigo aprendiendo cosas nuevas y este año me ayudó muchísimo para seguir desarrollando técnicas. Entonces, pues nada, Brandon Moreno viene listo para lo que es este 6 de diciembre.
Brandon, tu retiro no fue tan extenso del deporte, pero otras personas sí, como Amanda Nunes, como Cejudo, ¿cómo crees o por qué crees que afecta tanto el retirarte y luego regresar a la actividad?
Bueno, yo me acuerdo que hago un anuncio, pero yo fui muy claro en mi anuncio, nunca fue un retiro real. Yo lo dejé muy claro, yo les comenté que iba a ser solamente un tiempo libre para replantear mi vida, para replantear mi cabeza y estar con mi familia un poquito. Y es muy loco, ¿no? Porque, por ejemplo, ese tiempo fueron creo que 9, 10 meses. Y luego regreso. Esta vez peleé en marzo y ahora voy a volver hasta diciembre, que va a ser un poquito más de tiempo afuera. La única diferencia es que esta vez sí fue solamente entrenando y estando en el gimnasio preparándome para lo que fuera. Entonces, no lo sé, a mí en lo personal, no sé Amanda Nunes, no sé a Henry, no sé otros peleadores, pero a mí ese tiempo me cayó de maravilla, me cayó de perlas, me siento renovado por lo mismo. La gente lo puede ver, no ocupo hablar de más, la gente lo puede ver en mis presentaciones, creo que me vi muy bien en mis últimas peleas, entonces pues nada, yo me siento increíble.
La última de mi parte, obviamente tienes un compromiso este fin de semana ante un peleador que no es Pantoja. En un hipotético triunfo tuyo y de Pantoja, volverte a enfrentar a él, la preparación física sabemos, táctica, pero mental a un tipo que te ha vencido en varias oportunidades, ¿cómo trabajar eso?
Hermano, creo que me considero mentalmente muy fuerte. Sé de que Pantoja ha tenido las oportunidades para vencerme anteriormente, pero hermano, yo me siento muy bien, me siento muy listo. Obviamente, ahorita me siento muy enfocado con Tatsuro, no estoy pensando en absolutamente nadie más. Vamos a ver qué pasa al final de la noche, vamos a ver si Pantoja se queda como campeón, si Van da la sorpresa y captura el campeonato, pero yo voy a estar listo para quien sea. Obviamente con Pantoja va a haber un saborcito más dulce por tratar de vengar esas derrotas, pero al final del día es el campeonato.
¿Por qué te complica tanto Pantoja?
No lo sé, hermano, o sea, yo creo que, por ejemplo, específicamente en la última pelea fue un aspecto técnico que me encargué ya de corregir, se encargaron mis coaches de corregirme al 100%, pero creo que estaba conectando muy buenos golpes. Yo tengo un momento muy presente en el cuarto asalto donde le veo la cara y tiene una cara ya de que ya no podía más con su vida, porque estábamos intercambiando duro, ¿no? Y los dos estábamos cansados. Al final encuentra la manera de tomarme la espalda en el quinto y creo que eso me afectó muchísimo en el resultado. Entonces, pues bueno, creo que así se han dado las cosas. Ese ha sido el camino que me ha tocado tomar. Lo único que he podido controlar hasta el momento es tratar de corregir todas las cosas que he hecho mal.
Gracias.
Dale, hermano.
Bueno, aquí una rápida de mi parte. Siento que hemos visto más peleas de tu división en carteleras grandes como la de este fin de semana. ¿Tú también has sentido que la división peso mosca ha recibido más amor y apoyo en estos últimos años?
Pues mira, por lo menos creo que sí ha obtenido más protagonismo. De hecho, también inclusive ha tenido más eventos estelares, a lo mejor no tanto en eventos grandes, pero o sea, en el APEX, donde quizás no es la plataforma más grande, pero es una plataforma y han tenido de mostrarse. Entonces, nada más, me siento contento, me siento muy contento de que la UFC le esté dando actualmente más protagonismo a la división.
Brandon, one more in the front right here.
Let's
And
go.
I'm only asking this because it was brought up yesterday. Henry Cejudo did a scrum with us, and he said he's retiring, but the only way he would come back is if he got to fight you.
Okay.
Is that something you would entertain, or I guess do you actually have an issue with Henry because he seems to very badly want to fight you?
Yeah, I mean, brother, I saw the interview. I thought that rivalry was dead, was super dead. But the guy is still thinking on me. That's crazy, brother. So right now I'm super focused. You know, in the past we had our bad blood, and right now I'm talking about myself. Like I'm just super focused to fight in the flyweight division, get the title back. I don't think he's gonna make that cut again. So that's it, man. I wish him all the best. I wish him all the success in his fight against Peyton Talbott because Peyton is an incredible opponent, and that's it.
Would it be weird if you have to sit next to each other at the press conference? Because the way it's lined up now, you might have to.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say hi to him. Like I don't know. I don't know what is his real mentality against me. You know, because it's always the same. Like the people get cameras on his faces and in their faces, and everything changed. But I mean, to me, super clear. I'm gonna check his hands. Hello. He wanna check the hands with me. It's gonna be perfect. Let's go. Awesome, guys. Have a nice day. All right.
You guys good? Yeah. Oh, Grant, right here. You know, I feel like, you know, I've seen a couple of your interviews and you've kind of said the same thing. We all know what Manuel wants to do. We all know what I'm going to do. He was in here and he said he was very much looking forward to fighting you, not for any bad reason, because he gets to show skills he hasn't had to show in there. So I guess what type of fight are you expecting from Manuel? Is it the go out and try to knock you out in the first round? Are you expecting something different? I guess what are you kind of expecting there?
Yeah, I think that he's going to try to knock me out in the first round. But if he doesn't try to knock me out in the first round, I guess we'll adapt, you know. Everybody's got a game plan, and I think the best fighters are the guys that can adjust when things don't go according to that game plan. So we're prepared for everything. We've dealt with guys being super aggressive. We've dealt with guys, you know, kind of running away from me and trying to pick at me. So I'll be ready for whatever style he brings.
Do you think we've actually seen everything he can bring in there? Because he was very adamant, like fans and fighters have not seen everything I'm capable of.
Probably not. I mean, I think you can watch every single one of his UFC fights in about 12 minutes. So I'm sure he's got some very good tricks. I've got 11 fights, no more than that, 13 fights in the UFC, and I think that there's still tricks that I haven't had to pull out of my back pocket, you know. I'm ready for whatever he brings. I think it's going to be a good fight. I think it's a very, very stiff challenge for me, you know. I do think that he's probably one of the most dangerous guys in our division, if not Terrence McKinney might be a little bit more dangerous, but he's very, very dangerous, and I'm ready for it, you know.
I also saw an interview where you said the key is no brawling, I think is what you said. Is it that clear, cut and dry, like don't play his game, I can pull this out? Or I guess what do you see as like the best route to win against Manuel Torres?
Yeah, I mean, I have striking. I know people don't think I do, but I can strike. I just haven't had to at this point. I think being super sharp and super safe is going to be the key to victory. Obviously, I'd love to get the takedown, ride him out, hopefully get a choke or a TKO along the way. But if he's able to stuff every single one of my takedowns, I'll bring other weapons out.
I think some people, fans liked this fight, but I think they were surprised at the matchmaking, considering you've had main events, you've been in, like you said, like 13 fights. Maybe they thought maybe a higher ranked guy. And then I saw an interview where said you probably are going to struggle fighting up in the rankings. So I guess why do you feel that way?
I mean, I know exactly why it is. I did this one day just because I was petty. And I looked at how many Instagram followers I have and how many Instagram every single fighter in the top 15 has. And every single one of them individually could lose 100,000 followers and still have more followers than me. So I totally get it. I'm a tough fight, and it's very high risk, low reward. So I totally get it. But I've tried playing the bad guy. I've tried being funny. I did the quarter off my wife's dump truck thing. I thought that was going to go super viral. I'm just going to be me, man, and fight everybody they put in front of me. And hopefully, I think what's going to end up happening is somebody ahead of me is going to need a short notice guy, and I'm going to be the guy to raise my hand.
When have you tried to be the bad guy?
When I fought Ricky Glenn, and then I went to a draw with him. So I was like, all right, no more of that.
And I guess just last one for me, I've been asking the lightweights about this. Like, what do you make of the interim title fight they just announced? I think the issue most fighters and fans would have is Arman not being involved in that fight.
Yeah. I'm not going to argue with decisions that the UFC makes. They took a sport that was considered cockfighting and turned it into a multi-billion-dollar organization and a real sport that people want to tune in and watch. If they think it's best, then it's best. I would have honestly liked to have seen Arman versus Max for the interim belt. I thought that would have been a way more fun fight, way more exciting fight. But, you know, the UFC knows best. They're going to put butts in seats, and that's all that matters.
Grant, is your wife fighting on Friday?
I was wondering when somebody was going to ask me about that. Yes, she is fighting literally the day before me, and nobody has asked me about that yet. That's crazy.
Well, until now.
Until now.
So
what do you want to know?
Is that being like tricky? Is that going to be tough for you to keep your focus? All these things.
Oh yeah, terrible. I hate it. I hate not being around my wife. I love bringing her to fight week, and she's not here. She's going to fight, and she's the main event of the show that she's fighting, so she's going to fight and then get on a plane at 5 a.m. and then come watch me fight. So it's definitely an experience.
Who was booked first?
She was booked first. If I was booked first, she wouldn't have taken the fight. But she had a 3-year layoff due to injuries and then not being able to find a fight. And I think that she's ready to retire. We're planning on having a baby after, like, probably Saturday night. Yeah, so this is the last one for her. And she finally, she called our old manager and begged him for a fight. And he overpaid the person that is taking the fight with her. So we were like, look, I have to fight because we need to make money if we're going to have a baby. And you got to fight so that you can get this out of your system and then be a mom. So it'll all work out. I'm a grown-ass man. I can deal without my mommy for a little bit.
Is it streaming somewhere where you can?
So they used to stream on Fight Pass. I think it's I can't. I'm a horrible husband. I can't remember. Spectation Sports. I think it's streaming on Spectation Sports, I believe. Don't quote me on that.
Grant, I was talking to Chris Duncan yesterday, and he said as soon as his fight's done, he's going to be coming out, like, probably standing in the tunnel, watching your fight. And he said, like, you're a guy that he's kind of going to put his foot down, and, like, if they ever offer that fight, he's never going to take it. Is that, like, a mutual feeling between you guys?
Yes, but I think for different reasons. I think Chris won't take the fight because we're really good friends, and I won't take the fight because I don't think I can beat Chris in a fight.
I think he said the only way would be for gold, would be the only time.
Obviously, look, if Chris calls me up and he says, they're offering us the interim belt, like, this money will change my life, it'll change your life, we both want to be champion, I'm asking you to take this fight for me, I would take the fight. I'll take an L. Like, it's fine.
Is a fight with Michael Chandler one you still want?
Oh yeah, of course. Who doesn't want to fight the guy that's 2-5 in the UFC? Of course. I would love to fight Michael Chandler. I absolutely have dreamed about fighting Michael Chandler. But like I referred to earlier, I don't have enough Instagram followers for him to actually accept a fight with me. So I think I'm gonna call all these. I'm gonna say yes if they offer him, but I would imagine, assuming everything goes well on Saturday, my next fight is also outside the top 15. And I'm okay with that. Cool, thanks guys.
Hello.
Yan, right here. It's obviously been a bit since we got to see you compete. I think so I guess just how's life been? How's camp been preparing for Bogdan?
Yeah, camp was good. No new injuries, so I'm happy. I survived the camp. Was very good, very nice. I'm happy and excited to be, here again.
Yes.
Saturday in Octagon. I like to do it. I love to do it. So, and one more time, have some fun.
You were already in the UFC for quite a while when Bogdan even started his MMA career as a whole. So I guess when did he actually get on your radar as a potential opponent, or did you not know much about him before they offered him to you?
I start check him when they offer him. Yes, I don't watch his fight before that, but now I know almost everything about him.
So what do you make of his skill set after rewatching him?
Yeah, very powerful guy, young blood with good striking skills. So I have to be focused all the time, hands up. But I like this style, and I think his style and my style is gonna be good fight for watch. So, and I'm not gonna, and that's why I like this fight also.
And how frustrating has the last few years been? Because you've had the injuries, but you've also had very close fights that a lot of people, including yourself, think probably won.
Yeah, but this is the injuries this is the past. That I'm happy. Everything is good now, and now I cannot leave decision for referees. I need to finish fight before time, and this is what I'm gonna to do.
And then just last one for me. Can I get your thoughts just on the division as a whole? Alex got the belt back. Yuri won. Alberg is still doing the thing. So what do you make of the top of the division right now?
Me? Yes. We will see after the fight. Now I'm number 5, and that's it. Easy. Thank you for questions.
The king is ready.
You guys good?
Well, you guys can smile, Jesus.
Well, Henry, I guess this is the last time.
No, the former king.
Well, Henry, this is going to be the last time we'll really get to talk to you in a setting like this. So I know we talked to you yesterday, but now that fight week has begun, are you kind of taking a little bit of it in? Like, this is the last time I'm going to have to do partner, the last time I have to do media day. Has any of that kind of set in to you?
I guess it's more of what I talked about yesterday, just more of that gratitude, more of the people that fly out, even you guys, even the fact that you guys take time out of your busy schedule. A lot of you guys are probably fathers, and is there a woman? No, mothers maybe, or whatever that may be. Just the time that you guys keep, the time that you guys give back to the sport, it means a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so even with you guys, man. So I think it's been more of just that gratitude side, like knowing that your coaches leave for, a week at a time to go watch you perform, training partners from different parts of the world, like what they do. I think it's more of that. So if anything, I guess I appreciate it. Whether you guys take whatever I say and spin it or do whatever, I appreciate all of it.
We never do that. Never. How would you compare this kind of retirement run to, the Olympic one and then your last one in the UFC?
Yeah, I think, and I was talking to Daniel about this. Like, I'm not that type of guy. Like, what I've learned about me is I'm an ultimate competitor, but even more so than a competitor, I like to conquer. Like, I'm a conqueror. Like, I'm able to just move on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I conquer it, I move on. Like, I do that. I did that with wrestling, never really missed it, even though it was like my first love. And then I did it with combat sports, and I knew that once I defended that second belt, I was like, all right, man, it's time for me to leave on top, so that's kind of how it is, man. That's what I've learned about me is I can move on, bro. So I don't think I'm your typical guy to maybe ask some of these questions, dude.
Peyton was in here, and he said that when he was watching your fight against Song, he thought maybe you would retire after that one, and then after the eye poke, he was really disappointed because he thought you should go out on a win, and now he has to stand in the way of that. So what do you make of his attitude towards this fight?
Yeah, he's because I had Payton to come out and which says a lot about him, dude. Like he came out to legit learn from me, for a few days. We had a chance to kind of and we talked about techniques, watch video, talk about the theatrics. I've always told Payton he shouldn't. I was like, I want you to take over the king of cringe, dude. I said, you got the hair, you got that dot on your front and back. And he's like, just go straight, NWA. But obviously everybody has their own style. But that could have been. And the fact that the fight ended the way it ended, like, I had even contemplated just calling it quits, but I didn't want to end it like that. Like, I want to end it with a fair shake. Me, first of all, having an even playing field and just fighting.
He was in here and he said that there's nothing you've done that he felt cringe over because it's very hard to make him feel cringe, except he's very confused by your relationship with Moneyberg, and he said stay away from that guy. So I guess he's there.
Nah, I think dude, Derek Moneyberg's a good dude, man. If you talk to Randy Couture and to a lot of these people that know him, because he also gives me a lot of business advice. Like, dude, if you're making that type of money in stocks, bro, like, numbers don't lie. Call him what you want to call him. The dude works. Jake Shields is his jiu-jitsu coach. But what I could say whenever we do go out and train, because he's a good friend of mine. I consider Derek a good friend, man. Like he's legit when it giving advice and things like that. The black belt stuff that you guys may want to talk about, like that's between him and Jake Shields. That's between him and his personal coach and that's between them.
And I have to.
But I personally think Payton would actually like D Money. You got to give everybody a shot, Payton.
And then I have to ask, because you brought it up yesterday too. Brandon Moreno was just in here, and he said he saw that interview we did yesterday, and he was a little confused because he thought that rivalry was in the past, and if he saw you, he would shake your hand and wish you well moving forward. So is that someone that you still want to fight?
Yeah, and he's probably right. I was probably just in on one yesterday, and maybe we'll shake hands. I think we're linking up, tomorrow. So I think we can talk, man. I don't think we really had a chance to really sit down and actually, maybe the day will come. But the way that I took it, I've always thought that rivalry, that fight would have been great. He denied me a couple of times. Even before I was champion, when everything happened between us, I wanted to fight him. The UFC was trying to make that fight between him. They're trying to make the fight between me and Brandon, but he chose Sergio Perez in Mexico City. And I went up to him personally at the UFC retreat at that time. I was like, hey, man, let's fight. As a big brother. That's kind of how I felt to him. I was like, no. I think we ended in the most political way, and we fucking fight. You know what I'm saying? Because I was still a bit heated. But no, it's gone, bro. He's probably right. Dude, I'm dehydrated, bro. I'm hungry. I'm over it. Maybe we'll. Sorry, Brandon.
And then just last one for me. A lot of other athletes that, they announce their retirement and then they do retire, they say they want to leave the sport in a better place than it was when they entered. Do you feel that you've left the sport or made changes to the sport and it's in a better place than when you started?
Oh, of course. I mean, who saved an entire division from extinction? I mean, even if you think of that, like, you know, thanks to the Triple C, thanks to the gimmick, the persona, the sport, the weight class was able to elevate. And I think that's one of the things that I'm probably the most proud of is legit going for it, despite the outcome. Like, there's no ego. There's no pride. Like, whatever the outcome was, I gave what I had, and to the highest levels, whether in the promoting aspect of it, and also the fighting aspect of it.
Henry, I just wanted to know kind of like your mindset and just like the emotions. Like, you're so used to winning. You've won at everything, and then you leave the sport in the middle of your prime. You come back and you haven't won since you've come back, right? So how has that like affected you?
That's probably why I'm retiring. But not really. I think somebody brought it up to me. It's like, I came back, 3-year layoff. I lost to Aljamain Sterling, split decision, which I don't know how the hell I lost that 5th. I really fucking don't, man. Like, Derek Cleary, dude, I hope he ain't a judge, dude. Jesus, man. And then obviously I lost to the current champ, who is Merab, but look what he's doing. I'm not fucking. At least I won a round from him, and I fought him with the torn groin, and then I get poked in the eye. So, I mean, it is what it is. I think the diehards, people that really do know everything, like, understand my position. But at the same time, there's so much to this decision of why this is the last. I mean, there's just a lot. I can't serve 2 masters. You know, I'm in real estate, the content business. And I do a pretty good job with all that. And, you know, the Triple C before was just dedicated, had no kids, you know, single, young, wild, and anyways, you know, doing my thing where it was just dedicated 100% to the sport. And, you know, if I can't be the best in the world, then to me, then why do it?
And obviously, you're fighting because you want to go out on a win, right? So, like, say you lose a split decision to Peyton Talbott, like, is that going to hit the ego for you to be like, dude, I have to win before I hang it up?
No, the only thing that you can guarantee is your all. You know what I'm saying? Like, it sounds very cliche, like these little baseball coaches that say, hey, it's like, you know, it doesn't matter as long as you give it your all. And that's it, as long as you give it your all. I know what I'm up against. I know Peyton's a rule recognizes rule. I saw talent in that dude, you know, and but it's also, there's that competitive spirit in me that's, all right, man, give me the biggest challenge, give me the toughest challenge, give me whoever the hell you want. Like, I love to compete, especially for my last one, throwing out the kitchen sink.
Speaking of seeing talent, how is it having Daniel Zahuber over in Arizona with you guys?
Oh, it's great, man, and that's one of the biggest things that I like to do is, I guess the biggest influence that I do have is having the ability to give back to these fighters. So even part of like my retirement, what I do want to do is I want to educate a lot of these legends, particularly the legends. I'll never forget it, winning the Olympic Games, and my coach, who was an Olympic champion as well, he says, Henry, welcome to the Olympic Championship Club. Kevin Jackson, who actually fought in the UFC as well. And he's like, your job now is to take care of other Olympic champions. So I almost feel like that's my duty, teaching them sales, teaching them marketing, branding, following up with people. You know what I'm saying? Like, not be so, hey, give me this and I'll give you this. Like, actually building a relationship. So I've been able to do that, and I feel comfortable, man. Like, I just purchased a $1.3 million lot, just a lot, to build my dream home. So I've been able to really, you know, so forget whatever Sean O'Methley says, you know. I've been able to make a really good living, to make really good decisions, but I think now it's time to pay it forward. And not just that, we talked about it a little bit yesterday on, you know, the eye pokes, like going through that. Like, and I did say, and I think Dana and everybody needs to step up. You know, we need the president to really put a meeting together and see what could be done, like, as soon as possible, ASAP. That way nobody loses an eye, you know, so a lot of things like that, man.
One last one for me is, what are your thoughts on this Real American Freestyle thing that's going on, and are you gonna get back on the mats?
I love it. I love it. I don't want to be asked for my next fight. I'm gonna say goodbye. You're asking me, but I love it. What Real American Freestyle is doing, the opportunity that they're giving to all these wrestlers, is amazing. What Chad and Izzy Martinez are doing, it's awesome, bro. Did you watch the last show? Spencer Lee, Olympic silver medalist, gets upset. You saw Jordan Oliver beat, the current world team member. Like, bro, anything could happen, man. Like, you think there's levels until people are being put in the spot and people are eating popcorn and drinking and whatnot. That it changes the whole atmosphere. So I love it. Yoel Romero versus Bo Nickel.
Who wins that?
I just wanted to do that, but I think Bo Nickel. I like Yoel, man. Yoel was one of my heroes, man, growing up. But dude, with the youth, I don't know, man. I wouldn't count out Yoel out because, man, he's an athlete. He's a specimen, dude.
Henry, you mentioned you've made a lot of good decisions, especially with money and things like that. When people are going to talk about your career and look back and maybe point out questionable decisions.
I thought you were going to say money bird. You said money?
No. But, why the decisions maybe people will see as questionable is the timing of your first retirement. Now that you look back and, that's going to be a big discussion point around your career, do you have regrets for that moment? Do you think it was, something that was done at the wrong time? How do you look back at that and how it impacted everything?
Every fighter wants to leave on top. Look at John Jones. He got offered $30 million. And I remember I talked to him for like a good 40 minutes, like right before he was kind of making his decision. Like, we're legit on the phone. I'm like, John, and one of the things that I did tell him was like, John, if I could tell you something, bro, if you're happy and you don't necessarily need the money, stay on top. Like, there's no need. Why? You lose one fight for people to troll you? Like, leave on top, man. There's something special about it. For that, even if it's $30 million. So we're legit. I was like, John, you can make so much more money out of the game if you play your cards right. And I told him, like, link up with Shaquille O'Neal. Talk to him. Let him mentor you. Like, how Shaquille O'Neal was able to use his likeness to get equity from these different businesses and actually make money. To where he's made more money, in business than he did it on the actual basketball court. So these are some of the things that I'm kind of talking about. And obviously, I'm not at that scale just yet, but that's where I would like to take it with a lot of these athletes, and particularly the ones that are lost a little bit. Like, you talk about Zell Huber, like, yeah, man, just one conversation, come out, do the whole thing. He's like, damn, Henry, you're right. Like, I'm moving here. Like, I'm officially making that permanent move. So to me, it's freaking cool.
So I guess why did you come back then if you felt like you were leaving on top at that point?
Family. A legacy, a family over legacy, man. Like, I want my kids to be able to have just a better life than I did. I didn't need to, too, because I was making money, really good money, but I'm just, this is the fastest way to make it. And if my goal is this now, then this is what I have to do. You know what I'm saying? So it all goes back to, what can I do for my kids and how can they be better? And protect. It's so that's what it was, quite honestly. So if you ask me, what do you regret? Probably maybe even coming back. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a specialness to it. Like, even in wrestling, like, I regretted coming back because I knew that I gave everything that I had in the sport so much that I legit started to hate it. Do you imagine being at the Olympic Games and you're like, dude, this is it. What if I don't win? You know what I'm saying? Like, all these things are kind of running to your mind, and then you win, you're like, all right, goodbye. You know what I'm saying? Like, goodbye. And I meant that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I go back to what I was saying earlier, is being a conqueror. You know what I'm saying? Like, to a lot of people, he still has it. Like, Captain Eric's trying to get me to fight 10 more times. But he's not in me. He doesn't understand that because I still have that ability. But to me, it's, there's a time and place. And plus, I got 2 kids, too, that I don't want to put that fear in them, like knowing that their dad is fighting. You know what I'm saying? That when I was a little kid, I remember that I didn't live in, like, the best neighborhoods. It's probably the worst neighborhood. But I remember seeing, like, these gang members fight. Like I was maybe about 7, 8, 9. I didn't want to leave, but I remember that my heart pumping. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want that. I don't want that for my kids, particularly right now.
Yeah, and that all seems very sincere, and I believe this is your intention, but you know how the fans in this sport work. You say your statements yesterday, and all the comments are like, he said this before, it's not actually true, like he's going to come back. What would you say to the doubter?
I think Dana would cut me, dude, after this. so this is real.
Henry, just one kind of relating back to you, mentoring guys and like helping them out to be better, you know, with their career and money-wise. Raul Rosas Jr. was recently on a podcast, and he admitted that he spent 20 grand in, I think, 2 weeks. What would you think about when you hear something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I hope he learned his lesson. You know, you're not rich with 20 G's, but you got to make those right decisions, man. Like, you know, you have to, because time flies, man. Those watches, all that other stuff, them cars, like you just got to think of the future. And I think because I was raised so humble, like I was a kid, man, that went home starving. Like I'm one of 7 kids, man, raised by a single mother. And on top of that, at one point we lived with like Cuban refugees. Like, bro, no furniture, no food, like the whole 9. Like I understood the true meaning of what it's like to survive, you know? So when I see stuff like that, I just don't feel like they lived through it to really understand it. So I think it's something more that's engraved in me that I just can't answer that. But he's gotta be careful. And plus he's young though. He's what is he, 20? Go ahead. I mean he's got time to kind of spoil and mess around if he wants to. There's gonna come a point where he's gonna have to really start buying land. You know, start doing other things to build passive income.
I was just wondering, have you thought ahead to when you're, you know, sitting on a porch as an old man talking to your grandkids? Do you talk about your journey to Olympic gold or UFC gold first? Which story maybe you're more proud of?
The Olympics. The Olympics. Like, you guys will probably agree now. I mean, look at who's getting opportunities to fight for a belt. That stuff does not exist in the Olympics. You're in a 16-man bracket. You don't know who the hell you're going to wrestle until the next day when they put the brackets out. So if you're truly the best in the world, okay, show it. Sometimes I feel like that's not the case here. You know, and I'm very proud of becoming a 2-division champ, but doing something in the sport of wrestling, like I prefer being called an Olympic champ than the UFC champ, like 100%, because of what the sport has taught me, dude. It's not the actual, like, everything from just life, dude. The humbleness, like going overseas and losing to some dude that you don't even know, dude that's unheard of, but that is really good at wrestling.
Henry, right here, you mentioned your kids a couple times, and I wanted to ask, for daughter, probably no, but for your son Enzo, would you want him to compete in any sport, or you don't want him any close to any kind of sport?
To the death. No, that's gonna be them. That's gonna be on them. I'm not that crazy dad. But what I do like doing is I do like playing with my kids a lot to make them athletes. So you know what I'm saying? Like I do, like they don't know it, but I'm playing too. I'm dropping them. They're doing this. They're constantly getting up. Little do they know I'm trying to build athletes. But whatever they decide to, I would love for them to wrestle. That's something that I would like, but that's not up to me. I'm not hanging my hat on that. You know what I'm saying? So, but if they decide to one day, I have a little niche right now that's wrestling. That's fighting. And she's Genesis Cejudo. She is 1-0, man. She looks so good. She looked a lot better than me in my debut. So I guess the legacy continues.
Henry, congrats on the career. Obviously, you mentioned earlier, you know, giving back to legends and Olympic champions. But do you think we could expect to see you maybe put some work in with your brother Angel and the great things he's doing over at Valiant?
Yeah, my brother's one of the persons that I admire my brother Angel more than anybody in this world, dude. I've always, even when I was a kid, man, I wanted to be more like him, dude. He was a guy that was always likable. I wasn't. Kind of like now. but just his precious heart, his patience to be able to give back to the sport and then create national champions. I mean, the majority of his kids are all going to Division I. I mean, shows how cerebral, how much of a genius that he is. And he's not like me, dude. Like, he's, get the camera away, I don't want nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Jeans, shirt, like, so. But yeah, of course, man. I have a nephew right now too, Pablito, Angel Jr. We call him Pablito. He won the toughest tournament in the United States. And it was so cool, man, to be able to see the plan that me and my brother had. Started wrestling him at 11. You know, within a few years becomes the number one in the country. Because we knew, because we did that. And I think sometimes coaches, they put their kids in a sport a little too soon, where they end up hating it. And that's where you got to be careful. You know, but we're able to do that. Have my nephew be around the sport. You don't compete till you're about 11, bro. And if you want to do it, and then once he said, yeah, I want to do it, it ended up happening. So it's pretty cool, man. Right now he's being recruited by Penn State too, like the biggest. You know, dude, I'm stoked, man. Whatever he decides to do, like, we're gonna be there.
Henry, nomás una en español. Felicidades con el retiro. Una grande pelea el sábado. Y obviamente, lo hablaste un poco en inglés, nomás por favor en español.
Sí, creo que
Lo más orgulloso que estás en tu legado. Mencionaste ser campeón olímpico, más grande que ser campeón en el octágono. Y nomás unas palabras para despedir a tus fans.
Just basically in Spanish, this same concept. You mentioned that you were prouder to be an Olympic champion than being a UFC champion. Just echo the feeling in Spanish for everybody.
Yeah, primeramente, la razón por qué digo eso es por la razón de en las artes marciales mixtas, a veces les dan oportunidad a los que no se la merecen. Y yo creo que ustedes saben eso. Yo no quiero, it's my last fight anyway, I'm saying, like, so I can tell the truth. There's a lot of people undeserving that get titles. Hay mucha gente que no se merece ese título mundial, especialmente para competir. En las Olimpiadas hay 16 luchadores que entran, los mejores del mundo, que entran, y tú no sabes con quién vas a luchar hasta el próximo día. So, para tú coronarte como el mejor del mundo en el deporte más viejo en la historia, para mí eso significa mucho más, mucho más. A mí me da más gracia cuando un luchador me viene y dice, hey, eres campeón olímpico. Para mí eso significa mucho más para mí que la UFC, porque yo desde niño chiquito, la verdad fue un sueño hacerme campeón olímpico. Y cuando lo logré, fue algo que ni se puede escribir en palabras.
Just to add on to what was said in English, he mentioned the fact that it is the oldest sport to date, and I'm very proud about that, and the fact that it was my dream since I was a little kid to be that. And you cannot describe it in words. That's what's added from the English previous answer.
¿Y mi español cómo está? ¿Está bien?
Fenomenal.
¿Tengo el acento?
Gracias por todo. Felicidades y suerte el sábado.
Sí, muchas gracias. Thank you guys so much. Triple C is out!
Terrence, right here.
What's up, bro?
What's up, man? I feel like Chris was in here earlier, and I feel like your guys' history has been back a couple of years. I think you called him out first. You were booked. It didn't happen. There was a little back and forth on social media. So I guess how's it feel to, finally be a couple days away from getting to fight Chris?
Man, I'm so excited, man. And he's good at getting hit, so it's like, oh, man, I love that. So I'm excited to throw down and put on a show for you guys.
You said there's no bad blood between you two, but there will be bad blood on Saturday. Do you think that's the right approach to take?
Of course, man. He's trying to kill me. I'm trying to kill him. And, it's going to be a fun one.
A couple fighters, especially online, they say, fighting Terrence is like a car crash, like something's going to happen. So I guess, do you take pride in that, even fighters and fans are like, all right, win or lose, something crazy is about to happen with Terrence McKinney?
Not this time. Terrence Magomedov's coming out. I'm looking to get a thorn decision and wrestle this guy 15 minutes straight and, get one step close to the rankings.
Yeah, right? And I guess, since your debut and you had that, that 5-second knockout or 7-second knockout, whatever it was, the spotlight's been on you since then, essentially. So just how's life been and, from that point on to, now competing on, one of the bigger pay-per-views of the year?
It's the same. Sometimes, I've been wanting to tear up just to see how far God brought me. I'm every day, I'm truly grateful for every opportunity. Just being in this room, I feel like I'm getting one step closer to where I want to be. And like I said, I want to headline an event one day, and I feel like this is the next step. And I'm excited to show my growth this weekend.
There's a lot of lightweight fights happening. There's the other one with Grant Dawson on this card. They have the big interim fight coming up in January. So I guess, what do you make of the state of the division you're in right now?
It's kind of sad because a lot of my favorite fighters are getting old. But it's time for the new generation, and I think we're gonna do a good job replacing them.
Well, I was gonna ask that. The top of the division seems closer to retirement outside of Armin, and there's this big recently surge of this youth movement, especially 155 pounds. Do you think you're kind of leading that since you kind of kickstarted it with that knockout?
I think I'm 100% in the mix, and we're going to prove that this Saturday.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Terrence, right here in front of you. I had Eddie Alvarez on my podcast the other day, and we were talking about some of the lightweight fights on this card, and he was very praising of you. He said he feels you have UFC champion potential, and you just need to kind of put it all together. I guess, what do you make of that coming from one of the greatest lightweights in MMA history?
That's a huge honor, and first time hearing that, so that's super sick. Thank you, Eddie. And I feel the same way. We just gotta, put it all together, like he says. Push the cardio, and that's why I moved to Florida at Fusion XL. And I think we really get to see Terrence with IQ this time. And it might not look painted because I know I can still get him done in the first round, but yeah, we pushed the cardio. I'm training with Mike Davis, just a lot of beasts, so I know what the resistance is gonna feel like, and I'm comfortable with it now.
Terrence, when you talk about Fusion XL and leveling up in your career and things like that, is there any part of you that regrets the way it went early on in the career, or do you think it was all a part of the process getting to this point?
No, it was all part of the process because, I was a little goon back in the day, so I need a couple of them ass whoopings to humble me and get me more focused. I feel like everything happened for a reason, and I wouldn't change any of that.
Is it Chris was talking about it a little bit yesterday. Is it true that you messaged him and said, man, after his last fight, oh my God, I'm drawn up against Rebecca. You messaged him and you said, bro, I think you're probably above me now and this fight might be gone.
Yeah.
And he kind of messaged you back and was like, no, I'm still going to try and push for that. Was that how the...
Yeah, we talked about that. I was like, yeah, because Rebecca's tough. So I was like, I don't know if they're going to let us fight now, man. You doing your thing. Because we talked a few times. He donated $500 when my brother died, helped out his funeral. So he's a real good dude. But Saturday, like I said, T-Rex comes out and he's a villain, so...
And then when it comes to sparring at Fusion XL, how intense does it get in there? Because I've seen, we saw the video of Poetan recently kind of sleeping a guy in sparring, and like, is there guys that come from other gyms to spar? Is it guys that are like not full time in there? Like, how intense does it get in those sparring sessions?
It just all depends who's sparring. Sometimes it get heated, just like any normal gym. But I feel like we regulate it pretty well. It's just Alex just hits different, man. Some people get dropped, but we know when to take it off because we don't want to put our career in the gym. So.
Terrence, just one from me right here. What do you think the fans can expect from this version you say, Terrence with IQ, compared to the first one we saw, that one?
You guys expect the same thing, but if I see him being durable, we know to let off and really just use our speed and just pick him apart. I think I'm way more athletic, faster, and and he's gonna find that out. Hey, thank you guys. I love you guys for real. Gang gang.